Mangalo Madhusudanam Mangala Pundarikakhya Mangala Garuda Dhajam Madhava Madhava Vishnu Madhava Madhava Hari Smaranti Sadhava Nityam Sarvakaji Sumadhava Om Dipang Jyoti Param Brahma Dipang Jyoti Janardhanam Dipang Harati Papang Puja Dipa Namastute Subham Karata Kalyanang Arogyang Sukha Sampadang Satru Buddhi Vinasayang Dipang Jyoti Namastute Nilachala Nivasaya Nityaya Paramatmani Balabhadra Subhadrabhyam Sri Jagannathaya Te Namah Jagadananda Kandaya Pranatati Haraya Cha Nilanchala Nivasaya Sri Jagannathaya Te Namah Om Kadachid Kalindi Tata Vipina Sangita Karavo Muda Bhirinari Badana Kamala Swada Madhupa Rama Sambhu Brahma Surapati Ganesha Chitapado Jagannatha Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavatu Me Om Sarvesang Sostir Bhavatu Sarvesang Santir Bhavatu Sarvesang Purnang Bhavatu Sarvesang Mangalang Bhavatu Hari Om Santi Om Vanaspati Sadibhyo Gandhadya Sumanaharo Agyanang Sarvadevanang Dhupayang Pratigruhyatam Om Nilachala Nivasaya Nityaya Paramatmani Balabhadra Subhadrabhyam Sri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Jagadananda Kandaya Pranatati Haraya Cha Nilanchala Nivasaya Sri Jagannathaya Te Namah. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much, everyone. In fact, in the Indian academic tradition, every meaningful journey begins by seeking the blessings of the Almighty. Before we enter into scholarly deliberations, we pause to invoke divine grace through the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Before words find the meanings and ideas take the flight, let us bow our head to this Almighty to get this blessing to make this 2 days program successful in spite of its silly mistakes that we have committed. We are in the stepping stone. I hope all those great minds would ignore all the small mistakes and would count the steps, the encouragement, that the effort that we have taken to organize this seminar in a very short span of time in spite of having very small resources. I hope you would bless us with all our mistakes. So thank you very much for this beautiful beginning, creating a beautiful ambience for the 2 days session. Nothing could be more beautiful than that. May I now request distinguished eminent guests that we have invited. I would like to name one by one to grace this dais. First, I will start with the chief speaker and he is also representing Odisha Sahitya Academy, Professor Purnachandra Malik, the chief editor of the Journal of BJP Barta, an eminent Odia playwright, formal principal, Panchayat College Burger, to kindly come forward and grace the dais. Volunteers, could you please assist Professor Malik? Volunteers, I instruct you to grace the audience to come to the dais. Thank you very much. Then, of course, we are talking about translation, as translation bridges distance between words and worlds. May I now invite our esteemed keynote speaker, who is also playing the role of chief guest of this session, and he is Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti, member, University Grant Commission, National Fellow, Indian Institute of Advanced Study, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha. Also, I request our students to grace him and to escort him to the dais. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to request the person who is in fact the guiding force of all these events, of all the programs that the institution is organizing. He is none other than the principal of this institution. So words find meaning when voices rise together. May I request our principal, sir, Professor Santanu Kumar Jaina, Kendrapara Autonomous College, to grace this occasion and adorn his seat on the dais. I now also take this opportunity to request the head of the department of this prestigious institution, Dr. Purvasa, to kindly join them on the dais. Following them, I would like to request Dr. Dipti Roy. She is from IQAC coordinator and head of the Department of Economics, to please grace the dais and join everyone before the audience. Next, do I have the gracious presence of Dr. Devakanta Sarangi? If he is there, I would kindly request him to grace the occasion and be on the dais. Okay, I take the pardon of his absence, and then I would move forward to the next person, and the next eminent person I have, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das. He is the coordinator, RUSA, IDP. He is the reader of physics of this prestigious institution. He is very much with us, and I request him to join the guest on the dais.
Disconnected.
Thank you very much. We have all those eminent guests sitting before the audience to grace this beautiful scene, beautiful session. Before we proceed to the formal beginning of this session, I would like, in a nutshell, let you know about this prestigious institution, and of course, the prestigious Department of English. So begin with Kendrapara Autonomous College. I know many of us are aware of this, the legacy, the history, the beauty that this institution bears, but some of the people might be new to this place, and for their information, it's a small piece of knowledge about this premier institution and of course the department. Kendrapara Autonomous College is one of the most distinguished institutions of higher education in coastal Odisha, with a legacy of academic excellence spanning several decades. Established in 1959, the college has played a pioneering role in shaping generations of scholars, administrators, educators, and socially conscious citizens. Granted autonomous status by the University Grant Commission, Kendrapara Autonomous College has consistently upheld high academic standards through innovative curriculum design, continuous evaluation, and a strong emphasis on research and extension activities. The institution offers a wide range of undergraduate and postgraduate programs in arts, science, and commerce, fostering interdisciplinary learning and critical inquiry. With a dedicated faculty, vibrant research culture, and a commitment to inclusive education, the college actively engages with contemporary social, cultural, and intellectual concerns at both regional and national levels. Hosting seminars like this that we are organizing today, its vision is to create a dynamic academic platform for dialogue, knowledge exchange, and collaborative scholarship. And to tell you about this English department, now it's been enhanced to PG Department of English. The PG Department of English stands as a vibrant center of literary studies, critical inquiry, and language research, with a sustained commitment to academic excellence. Over the years, the department has nurtured generations of students through a balanced engagement with British, American, Indian, and world literature, while also foregrounding emerging areas like recently we have introduced translation studies, post-colonial discourse, gender studies, cultural criticism. With a team of dedicated research-oriented faculty members, the department actively encourages scholarly exploration beyond the classroom through seminars, workshops, publications, and interdisciplinary dialogues. Its academic vision aligns with contemporary critical frameworks, enabling students and scholars to interrogate language, power, identity, and cultural transmission. So the Department of English had shown a particular sensitivity towards imparting literary sensitivity. Organizing and hosting this 2-day national seminar reflects the department's commitment to academic collaboration, critical engagement, and the advancement of humanities research. So the department continues to contribute meaningfully to higher education by fostering a vibrant academic environment rooted in inclusivity, inquiry, and intellectual rigor. I now taking the advantage of this moment, I would like to request. I'd like to request a very prolific member from the Department of English, Mr. Achyutananda Maharana. He is very much present here, and he's going to introduce the guest. But before that, I would very much like him to join on stage. It would be meaningful because without your cooperation, this program would never be a successful, and he is bearing a lot of responsibilities of the premier institution. I would like him to join on stage and grace this occasion. Rather, he is going to play an important role of introducing the guest. But right now, I would like him to join on the stage. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Now the frame seems complete. Without him, this was a little incomplete, and now I'm glad that he has completed this scene in the front seats. So now, to honor scholarship, experience, and distinguished contribution, we now proceed to the felicitation of our esteemed guest. In academia, respect is not merely expressed, it is a celebration. Without that, nothing could be possible. So our student volunteers are already all set. I request them to come forward so that we could start this session felicitating our guest. I now request our principal, sir, Professor Santanu Kumar Jena, to felicitate the chief guest of this occasion, Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti. He is the member, University Grant Commission, National Fellow. Who doesn't know him? Professor Santanu Kumar Jena to felicitate Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti. Dr. Sachidanand Mahanti, I could say he belongs to this ground also. His maternal family belongs to this region, a renowned professor. He, in fact, is a professor from Hyderabad University, and he is also the former Vice Chancellor of Central University of Odisha. It's a great occasion to be with him, and we are excited to listen to him in the former sessions. The following sessions that he is going to give keynote speech today. A beautiful moment. I would request our photographs to frame this occasion. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Dipti Roy, IQAC Coordinator, Head of the Department of Economics, to felicitate the Chief Speaker of this occasion, Professor Purnachandra Malik, Chief Editor of BJP Bharata, and an eminent Odia playwright. I know he has, in fact, written scripts for 2 important movies and has written numerous theaters. That's the theatrical people of the older age could know that. A man of various qualities, very much into the literary field. And I have, in fact, seen his interviews many of the times on the television, but this is the first time I am going along with my audience. We are going to listen to him face to face. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das, Coordinator, RUSA, IDP, to felicitate the head of the institution, Professor Santanu Kumar Jena, Principal, without whose blessing nothing could be possible. A very gentle person. To you. I request Ranjit sir to felicitate the head of the institution. Without his guidance, without his support, nothing could be possible. He is a guiding force, taking all our actions very seriously, taking our pleas, our requests in a very generous way, guiding in a very beautiful way. Thank you very much. A beautiful moment. Giving him a flowery bouquet and, of course, the beautiful memento. This is the beauty of the Department of English. We take this opportunity to felicitate our guests. Thank you very much. I now request Dr. Dipti Roy to felicitate Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das. He is also Dipti Roy, Dr. Dipti Roy, to felicitate Ranjit Kumar Das. He is representing RUSA and IDP, a reader in physics, a well-known face. Thank you very much. Now, I request the head of the institution, Professor Santanu Kumar Jaina, to felicitate the head of the Department of English, Dr. Purvasha Priyadarshini. Dr. Purvasha Priyadarshini will be felicitated by the head of the institution, Professor Santanu Kumar Jaina. Purvasha Madam has taken all the pain single-handedly with the great help of her faculty members to organize this seminar. All the credits goes to her and her teammates. Thank you very much. I request Purvasha Madam to felicitate Dr. Dipti Roy. Dr. Dipti Roy, she is the coordinator of IQSE. She is in fact taking great credit for this, for organizing these sessions, because IQSE has helped, funded a lot for the organizing of the seminar. So I thank her very much for funding this beautiful seminar. And last but not least, I would like again to request our principal, sir, Professor Santanu Kumar Jaina, to felicitate Mr. Achyutananda Maharana, a great supporting hand, without whose support nothing could be possible. I could see a smiling man in pink color, always a smiling man, a man of simple living and high thinking. He is always a generous person to grace all kind and take all kind of responsibility of any program. It's a great opportunity that our principal sir is felicitating Achyuta sir. Thank you very much. All the job is done, and I like to request everybody to take their respective seats. This is in fact a token of our respect and love, that we are delighted to present small gestures of appreciation to our guest. So thank you very much for taking the pain of coming here and gracing this occasion with your gracious presence and the illuminating thoughts that you're going to share for all of us. I beforehand thank you very much for that. Now I would like to request the head of the institution, Professor Santanu Kumar Jaina, to offer a welcome address to the audience present here. May I kindly request the principal sir to kindly address a welcome kind of address to the people present here. And here we go.
Very good morning to all of you present here. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mahant sir, Professor Purnachandra Malik sir, HOD English, IQSE coordinator Dr. Dipti Roy, OHV coordinator Professor Ranjit Kumar Das, Achyutananda sir, and of the dais, esteemed dignitaries, our esteemed former principal Ramachandra sir, Tapan sir, Manoranjan sir, my dear friend, and other dignitaries, respected media persons, my dear staff members and my dear students. A warm welcome to all of you to be present here from Kendrapara Autonomous College for this national seminar organized by Department of English on the topic Vocal for Local, Reimagining Literature and Translation in the 21st Century. In an era of globalization where boundaries are blurring the initiative to be vocal for local, a concept championed to strengthen our domestic roots, takes a profound intellectual and creative turn when applied to literature and translation. As our experts will likely highlight today, this is not about closing our doors to the world, but about opening our doors to our own rich, diverse, and often marginalized local voices. The 21st century demands that we reimagine how we consume stories. Reimagining literature means bringing local stories, folklore, and regional perspective from the periphery to the mainstream. Reimagining translation means breaking the supremacy of dominant languages and ensuring that local narratives are translated with cultural sensitivity and accuracy to reach a global audience, making local voices vocal globally. This seminar aims to provide a platform for vibrant academic discourse on how we can foster this change in literature and translation, aligning with the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, being self-reliant in our narrative and cultural representation. We are honored to have with our esteemed resource persons who have done commendable work in this area. Your presence here today is a testament to the importance of this subject, and we are eager to learn from your insights, sir. I would also like to applaud the organizing committee, specifically the Professor Purvasa Madam, HOD English, and other faculty members, and all the students of English department, and our staff members for this successful completion to be happening in 2 days. Your presence of all staff members will definitely encourage all the students. So I encourage all participants to actively engage in the sessions, challenge traditional perspectives, and contribute to the reimaginary of our literacy landscape. Once again, heartfelt welcome to all of you on behalf of Kendrapara Autonomous College, to all of you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. He's a very polite gentleman, man of knowledge, and man who always encourages everybody to go forward. Thank you very much for this welcome address. Now it's time to know a little bit about the topic, the theme on which we have organized this 2-day seminar. Especially, we could see vocal for local, focusing on the translation. And to do this honor, I would like to invite a beauty with a brain, who has first taken a great responsibility of being the head of the department and taking the charge of this 2-day seminar. And she is my close ally, my friend, my colleague, Dr. Purvasa Priyadarshini, the head of the Department of English. I request her to introduce the theme to the audience present here. Here we go.
Thank you, madam. Respected principal sir, esteemed resource persons, distinguished scholars, honored colleagues, dear students and all present here, a very warm welcome to this academic gathering. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to stand before you today as we come together to deliberate upon the theme, Local for Vocal, Reimagining Literature and Translation in the 21st Century. So this conference is not merely a scholarly event, it's a collective intellectual space where ideas, languages, and cultural experiences converge in a meaningful dialogue. We are living in an era marked in a rapid globalization, technological advancement, unprecedented cultural exchange. So literature today travels across continents within seconds, and translation allows voice from one corner of the world to resonate in another. Yet alongside this expansion lies growing concern, the gradual marginalization of local languages, indigenous traditions, and region-specific narratives. As global narratives become a dominant, many vocal voices risk being overlooked or reduced to periphery of literary discourse. So the idea of being vocal for local therefore emerges not as a slogan but as an intellectual and cultural responsibility. So local literatures preserves the rhythm of everyday life, the memories of communities, the wisdom embedded in regional traditions, folk narratives, oral storytelling, vernacular poetry, and indigenous forms of expression offer alternative worldviews that challenge homogenized perspectives. So they remind us that literature is deeply rooted in place, history, and lived experience. At the same time, translation plays a crucial role in the reimagining process. Translation is not simply a transfer of words from one language to another, it is an act of cultural meditation and ethical engagement. So through translation, local narratives cross linguistic borders while retaining their distinctiveness. Translators become bridges between cultures, enabling dialogue while safeguarding the authenticity of the original voice. In the 21st century, translation has emerged a powerful tool for amplifying marginalized perspective and fostering cross-cultural understanding. So in a multilingual nation like India, this theme acquires even greater relevance. Our literary landscape is enriched by diverse languages and regional traditions, so each contributing to the cultural mosaic of the country. Translation has historically connected these linguistic worlds, allowing the stories to travel across regions and generations. Reimagining literature and translation in the context encourages us to celebrate linguistic plurality not as a challenge but as a strength. So this conference invites us critically reflect upon questions of representation, authorship, power, and accessibility in literature and translation. It encourages us to rethink literary hierarchies, explore new pedagogical approaches, engage with the local as a site of creativity, resistance, and cultural resilience. As a scholar and educators, we carry the responsibility of nurturing the spaces where diverse voices can flourish, where original narratives can find rightful recognition within global literary conversations. So I am confident that the deliberation, discussion, and scholarly exchanges during the conference will open new pathways for understanding literature beyond boundaries. May this platform inspire the meaningful collaboration, encourage innovative research, and deepen our commitment of preserving linguistic and cultural diversity. With these words, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the organizers, participants, and contributors who have made this conference possible. Now let us engage with openness, curiosity, and intellectual generosity as we explore the dimension of vocal for local, reimagining literature and translation in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Purvasha. In fact, it was a great challenge for all of us to decide this topic. We talked a lot about deciding this particular topic, especially on translation, because the first concern was we won't get many paper presenters for this occasion because it's a very, you could say, practical work, fundamental work that very less people from literature are involved in this topic. So it was a great concern to decide this topic, but eventually we decided that no, because this is the emerging topic in translation, and it has a great value today. So we finally came to the decision of taking this in spite of all the hurdles. And thank you very much for the courage that Dr. Purvasha has taken to deciding this topic. And now it's time. I would like to invite a young man who's very much present before the audience on the dais. He has taken a great responsibility of this institution on his shoulder. He is the administrative bursar, and along with that, a great hand of the department without whose support any program would be incomplete. So he's sitting extreme left of my side, and I would like to request Mr. Achyutananda Maharana from the Department of English to introduce the guests who are present with us, taking all the pain to introduce them. Here we go, Dr. Achyutananda Maharana.
very good morning to one and all present over here. So it's my pride privilege to stand here and introduce today's guests and delegates. So I will go from my extreme left. So from my left, Dr. Dipti Rai, Coordinator IQAC and Head Department of Economics. Next to her, Dr. Purvasa Priyadarshini, Head Department of English and convener of this national seminar. Next to Purvasa Madam. So it's our principal, head of this institution, Professor Shantanu Kumar Jena. And next to our principal sir is today's chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Sachidananda Mohanty, who is a national fellow at the IIAS Simla. He is currently a member of the University of Grants Commission, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He is the former Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Odisha and former Professor and Head Department of English, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Mohanty was educated at Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, Pondicherry, University of Hyderabad, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, University of Texas at Austin, and Yale University, New Haven, United States. Winner of many national and international awards such as the Katha British Council, Fulbright, Charles Wallace, and the Salzburg. He has published extensively in the field of British, American, gender, translation, and post-colonial studies. His books have appeared in Oxford, Sage, Routledge, and Orient Longman, among other notable publishing houses. Dr. Mohanty's contributions to the academic genres of travel, writing, cosmopolitanism, institutional history, early women's writing in Western India, and post-colonial cultural history of India have been widely recognized as a path-breaking at the national and international level. His essays and articles have appeared in some of the leading forums in India and abroad. He served as a member of India's Commission on Education to UNESCO and was a member of the governing board of Auroville Foundation. He was a consultant to the Ford Foundation and a senior academic associate at the American Studies Research Center, Hyderabad. He was fellow Cambridge Seminar on Contemporary Writers and Warwick Seminar on Literary Translation. He is advisor to the literary web journal www.museindia.com. And next to Dr. Mohanty, it's today's chief speaker, Professor Purnachandra Malik, who is an eminent educationalist and a profound playwright. He was former principal of a government college and also deputy director of higher education of the state. Now he is playing a great role in implementing National Education Policy 2020 in the state. To his credit, he has written more than 45 plays during modern and postmodern era, particularly from 1975 to 2022. He was awarded with the Best Playwright of the State Award in 1980 for his famous play, Pingala Sahita Gotiye Rati by Odisha Sangeet Natak Academy. His eminent plays are Octopus, Ajata Satru, Baghra ଏବଂ କଙ୍କଣଲୋଭୀ ପଥିକମାନଙ୍କ କାହାଣୀ, ନିରୁଦ୍ଦିଷ୍ଟ ଈଶ୍ୱର, ଅସ୍ତଗାମୀ ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟର ସନ୍ଦେଶ, ବିଷର୍ଣ୍ଣ ବିତଶୋକ, ରଜାଘର କଥା, etc. He also wrote dialogues for 2 Odia feature films, Nilamadhava and Jivana Sangram. Also all the lyrics for the film Nilamadhava in early 80s. And next to Professor Purnachandra Malik sir, it's Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das, Coordinator RUSA, IDP, and OHSEPEE, Odisha Higher Education Potential for Equity and Excellence. So with this I conclude. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. He's a young body with a man of lot of experience, and that's why the institution has shouldered him the responsibility of administrative bursar. And thank you for giving us detail about the academic and creative history, legacy that the guest of today's occasion bear. And there was a beautiful introduction of all these guests. Now it's time to listen to the lady who's sitting just left to me, Dr. Dipti Roy. I would say I have seen her since joining. We all joined at the same time, and I have seen her, a very vibrant lady. Except her academic sphere, she's very much engaged in all those activities to enhance this institution to a next step. So I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Dipti Roy. She's also taking responsibility of the coordinator of IQSC, and she's also the head of the Department of English. She's very much with us, and I request her to address at this occasion.
Thank you, Prabha Madam. Esteemed head of the institution, our principal Santanu sir, today's chief speaker, Professor Purnachandra Malik sir, today's keynote speaker, Dr. Sachidananda Mohanty sir, Ramachandra sir, Manoranjan sir, Tapan sir, and other esteemed guests, all faculty members from the institution and other institutions and colleges, all faculty members and researchers and students, a very good morning to all of you. So, I represent the internal quality assurance cell of the Kendrapara Autonomous College. As we all know that our job is the promotion of quality, ensuring quality through conducting various activities, seminars, workshops, awareness programs, etc. And there are directives from UGC and NAC to organize all these activities. So during last few years, regularly there are directives to conduct activities relating to vocal for local. So in the post-reform era, we all were targeted towards the improvement of physical capital. But in the 21st century, being vocal for local only for the physical product is not sufficient. We need to be vocal for local to preserve the culture, the tradition, the literature, and the language of our society. So in this context, the topic which is chosen by the Department of English for this national seminar is very pertinent and it's the need of the hour. Through this, we will spread awareness, will spread knowledge and information among our present generation to how to preserve, how to be vocal, and how to connect our local with the global through this seminar. So I hope this seminar will bring enriching deliberations in the topic which is chosen, and it will be helpful in satisfying our goals. And at the same time, I thank and congratulate the Department of English, particularly the head of the department and the faculty members who have conceptualized such an idea for promoting the language, literature, heritage and culture of our society and make it and to reach at the global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Madam of Economics, but very much inclined to literature. Your concern for the local culture is very much, I could say, the thing that everybody should concern about. Thank you very much. She's a great help under her IQSE. She has helped a lot to organize the seminars, how physical presence, physical support, along with the monetary support that the seminar got. And it is the result of that help. Without that, it was not possible to organize this 2-day seminar. Thank you very much for this kind gesture of being a great support. And I really take this opportunity to thank you. Now it's time to listen to Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das. He is the coordinator, RUSA, IDP. He's a reader on physics, and I see from the very beginning that he is a man of various talents who you could see all those media persons present here. It is his effort that he has invited everybody to make it a grand, popular event, and I thank him very much. I request him to address this audience on this occasion.
Thank you, Prabha. Good morning to everybody present on this august occasion. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates, representatives of print and electronics media, my dear colleagues and dear students. At the outset, I must thank our team leader, esteemed principal sir, not only for encouraging but also for providing all kinds of support for organization of two-day national conference on vocal for local organized by Department of English of our college in collaboration with Odisha Sahitya Academy. I am also thankful to Dr. Purbasa Priyadarshini, the convener of this conference, and her team for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas before you, as this is the right platform where every word has a great impact on the minds of the students. I will never try to express my audacity to speak on the theme of the topic, as we are inviting many stalwarts across our states and country to share their ideas before you. As the coordinator of institutional development program of our college, I not only encourage all my friends to organize such type of program, but also provide all kind of support possible in my part. Because this is the right platform where you can judge yourself. What is your present position in the present context? What is the gap? How you will be prepared yourself to reduce that gap? What should be your destination, as you are the best judge to know your strength and weakness. Dear students, there is a saying in our mother language, whether you understand or do not understand, you have to read Gita. Similarly, I may say, many things may go above your head, but this is the place where you can get the cream of knowledge, as the knowledge is churned here. At last, I must pray and beg blessings of Lord Baldev Ji for success of this 2 days seminar. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ranjit sir. Thank you very much. Now all your waiting is over. Your anxious face is going to be illuminated with the presence and the talk of the people who are gathering to listen to. Without taking much of your time, it's my privilege to invite a person who's present with us, who in fact doesn't need any introduction, but still that I took the pain of doing that job. A great man, a great professor, very much related to this soil of Kendrapara from his maternal side. You might be know the great poet Bidut Prabha Devi. He is a very befitting and son of a great lady. So this gathering now turns from anticipation to articulation, and words gain meaning when shaped by wisdom. And it gives me immense pleasure to invite such illuminate person who was taking all the pain to come here. He in fact was so eager to come here that he came here yesterday itself, and he's going to be with us for all 2 days, and it's a great pleasure for all of us. I take this opportunity to invite the keynote speaker of this occasion, and of course the chief guest. He's also representing Odisha Sahitya Academy, without whose help this also could not be a successful one. And he is Dr. Sachidananda Mohanty, member of University Grant Commission, National Fellow, Indian Institution of Advanced Studies, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha. So many things in there to tell about him. So I take this pause here and invite him to take the stage, take the mic, and address the audience. We are very much enlightened and waiting to listen to you, sir. And all your stage is yours. You can take as much of time and address the audience.
Am I audible now? Good one. Good morning. The principal of Kendrapara Autonomous College, Professor Santanu Kumar Jana. We have a distinguished guest here, honored guest, Professor Purnachandra Malik, officials of the college, IQAC and other officials, above all the coordinators of this conference, seminar on translation and National Seminar on Translation, Dr. Purbasha Priyadarshini. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 young ladies out there. They are perhaps the Sutradhar. And I have been a classroom teacher. It is very disrespectful to keep the students standing. So may I earnestly request all of you to sit down wherever you can. We know that you are very important personalities here, but I think you should all sit down wherever you find a place. Because first of all, we are participants, we are scholars, we are not event managers. So I think I would request all of you to kindly take your seat. And this morning, there are 2 unexpected things have happened to me. Please take your seat. And I'll give you a choice to the audience, to the students. Would you like me to speak in English? Or would you like me to speak in Odia? All of you, the students out there. I know I am a professor of English. But you know, you just heard that my mother, Bidut Prabha Devi, whose centenary is being observed at the state level, belongs to your region, Adi, Natra, and Eredanga. So we are bilingual. And if you are not bilingual, if you don't believe in L1 and L2, you can't engage in translation activities. So for me, English is not a marker of status. English is an instrument of knowledge in the post-colonial context. But Odia is very much important. Odia is my mother tongue. And Professor Purnachandra Malik, we have been told, is trying to implement the national education policy. At the heart of the center to the national education policy is the mother tongue education. So I'm proficient in both the languages, in particular because my mother strongly believed in Odia language. I had my education in the Sri Aurobindo International School, but when I went there during the time of the mother, my mother, Bidut Prabha Devi, who had studied up to class 9, told us, you're going to read English and French and foreign languages. We're going to learn swimming, gymnastics, but you must not forget your mother tongue. And I think I am very proud of this fact, and I would like to dedicate my address today to the memory of my mother, Bidut Prabha Devi. So I want to ask you, which language would you like me to speak? Odia or English? को भाषा तुम चाहूच शुणा मु उभय भाषा कहीपरि मुक्त कंठे कह क्या ये डरबार ना बिकज फियर हैज टू बी बैनिश्ड फ्रॉम आवर ओन मिडस्ट इटसेल्फ को भाषा कहि ओडिया कहि ओडिया कहि बिकज वी बिलीव इन डेमोक्रेटिक लिविंग टू थिंग्स हैव हैपेंड टू मी प्रथम इंग्लिश कहीकि तापर ओडिया कहि वन इज दैट अनएक्सपेक्टेडली आई हैव बीन मेड द हेड ऑफ द ओडिशा साहित्य अकादमी पूर्वाशा I've been made the head of the Odisha Sahitya Academy, who happens to be this, one of my students. Very curious. Another thing, very curious thing that has happened here is that I've been demoted from professorship to doctorship. Purvasha, all of you, I've been demoted from professorship to doctorship. Mu bhabuchi mu hard on karki professor heithili. Apan mate doctor kardele professorship ru. Be welcome. What is in a name, Shakespeare said. The rose will smell equally sweet. तो डॉक्टर हो कि प्रोफेसर हो जहाँ भी हो मोर मुख्य परिचय है मु सच्चिदानंद महांती आ मु जने ओडिया तेना हूँ मोर मुख्य परिचय ये जो ऑडियंस रे समस्त पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस से जदि शुणिबे तार मुख्य एबिलिटी हूँ जड़े स्पीकर कर जड़े जदि वक्ता गोटे डेडिकेटेड है कि न कहे आउ जड़े जदि वक्ता से जो पल्स ऑफ द ऑडियंस न बुझी पारे से केबेले सफल हो पारे आपण मैंने देखु बर्तमान समस्त काम छाड़ी मंचर जो मैंने अच्छा आ तले बस समस्त एकाग्र हो कि मो चाहूँ मु कौन कहि मुझे 10टी पॉइंट कहवाई चाहे मु इंग्राजी कही पारि था मोर लाइवलीहुड मु अर्न कर इंग्राजी कहीकि किंतु जेपरी कहे मो इंग्राजी हूँ मोर गोटे लैंग्वेज ऑफ प्रोफेशन किंतु लैंग्वेज ऑफ श्रद्धा जोटा कहते सेटा हूँ मोर ओडिया तेणु मु ओडिया कहूँ मु आपन को 10टी पॉइंट कहबी आमर जो वोकल फॉर लोकल है किछि वर्ष तले कहगला टू थिंक ग्लोबली एंड एक्ट लोकली आमे आंतर्जातिक स्तर रे चिंता करिबा आमर जो लोकल नीड्स अच्छी आमे ता विषय कथबार्ता करिबा गोटे स्लोगान दिया गला टू थिंक ग्लोबली एंड टू एक्ट लोकली एटी आमे देखिलु पूर्वाशा आ तांको बंधु माने गोटे स्लोगान देइचंती वोकल फॉर लोकल आमे केमति स्वर उत्तोलन करिबा आमर लोकल पई किपरि स्वर उत्तोलन करिबा मु भाबुची दुईटी स्लोगान रो महत्व अछि जेमति आमे थिंक ग्लोबली एंड एक्ट लोकली जो जागतिकरण होइची जो अमेरिकन जागतिकरण होइची आमे से जागतिकरण को विश्वास न करिकी आमे आमर जो प्रकार जो परंपरा अच्छी आमे ता विषय केमती बुझीबा सेटा होची वोकल फॉर लोकल तेणु मु आपन को 8टी आपन को 10टी पॉइंट कहिबी आपन जदि एकाग्र होई कि 10टी पॉइंट बुझी पारिबे ताले मु भाबिबे मोर वक्तव्य सफल हैला नचेत पूर्वाशा कन्या प्रतिमा पूर्वाशा मो पई जहाँ खर्च करचंती मु केंद्रापड़ा ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज को फेरी देबी आपण देखंतु 10टी पॉइंट मु जहाँ कहबी एपण देखंतु जो प्रकार गोटे स्मॉल ह्यूमर हैला आ मु जेमती आपन को एकाग्रता करके शुणुली आपण जेमती अर्जुन लाइक शुणुले एते पांडव थिले किंतु द्रौपदी अर्जुन को वरण कले कहीं अर्जुन तलू को अनेक ऊपर को जो तीरटी मारिले से प्रकृति रे अर्जुन जे तेणु अर्जुन को कृष्ण भगवद गीतार सारथी होगी बुझेले अर्जुन को जो एबिलिटी थिला कॉन्सेंट्रेट करवा क्लासरूम हेले जड़े जदि वक्ता एमती भाव में कह से मैंने कौन से जिनस बुझे भावनी मुझे मोर कैंटीन को गले कौन हम कैफेटेरिया गले कौन हम से मैंने होगी शुणे तेणु मु बहुत खुशी बर्तमान आप समस्त चिंता को दूर करके आपन मो कथा शुणुंट प्रथम मो स्टेटमेंट गोटे प्रपोजल आपन को दौची प्रपोजिशन सेटा है ये जो अनुवाद आम कहूँ ट्रांसलेशन कहूँ सेटा 1950 मसीहा ठू प्राय आरंभ होता पूर्व आनुष्ठानिक भाव में भारत जिते गणतंत्र है आ से अनुवाद प्रोसेसटा एक्सरसाइजटा आरंभ है कहीं आम गोटे स्लोगन पाइलु यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी आमर जो जोटा है प्रथम 1947 मसीह आम स्वाधीन हेलु किंतु आम गणतंत्र दिवस है 26 जनवरी 1950 तार मेजर डिफरेन्स होची आम से आम निजर गोटे सॉवरेनिटी पाइलु सॉवरेनिटी माने आम निज उपरे आमर स्वाधीनता गोटे है सेटा किपरि भाव में है सेटा है आमर जो गोटे रिटन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है तापर आमर जो शेड्यूल है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है 22 जाक भाषा है से 22 भाषा आम देखिलु से 22 भाषा नहीं कि आम से किसी आलोचना कलु आ प्रति थर आम देखापी पाचु से 22 भाषा पर माँ बस मो स्थान ग्रहण कर बस जहाँ कहवा अच्छी मोठू अधिका मूल्यवान नहीं बस 22 भाषा आम शेड्यूल अच्छी 8 शेड्यूल 22 भाषा आउ प्रतिथर देखापी मिलूँ जो भाषा गुड़ाक आम नाला कोंकणी भाषा एमती है तार रिटन स्क्रिप्ट नाला गोआ स्पीक रही अधिकतर अधिक भाषा आम आम कन्स्टिट्यूशन को आसूची मु भावुची यहाँ गोटे भल लक्षण आम मन जो गोटे एरोगेन्स थिला एटा हूँ गोटे डायलेक्ट खोर्धार जोटा कहते प्रकृत ओडिया अन्य गोटे ओडिया बलांगीर नुह सीटा भूल अ डायलेक्ट अ स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज इज अ लैंग्वेज विच इज बैक्ड बाय एन आर्मी एंड अ नेवी जो भाषार गोटे पॉलिटिकल पावर गोटे बैकिंग थाए सेटा स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज हुए यहाँ आम शिखिलु सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंग्लिश एंड फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस जाकि स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज कौन डायलेक्ट कौन आपन ओडिशा देखिए प्रति 10 किलोमीटर गोटे गोटे भाषा सृष्टि होची ए जो आम जो ट्रांसलेशन उपर आम एक्सरसाइज करूँ प्रथम कथा आम शुणा प्रत्येक डायलेक्ट को आम सम्मान दबा नॉट सो कॉल्ड स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज कुछ स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज ना प्रति भाषा हूँ गोटे स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज आ जो भाषार गोटे पॉलिटिकल पावर बैकिंग थी आर्मी नेवी तो से गोटे अकस्मात आर्टिफिशियली गोटे स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज हो जाए तेणु आमको कहगला साहित्य एकेडमी कहगला नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ कल्चर इंडिया स्पीक्स इन मेनी लैंग्वेजेस आ गोटे स्लोगान दिगला जमती पूर्वाशा ये गोटे स्लोगान देले वोकल फॉर लोकल तार नूतनत्व अच्छी एंड टू थिंक ग्लोबली एंड एक्ट लोकली तार नूतनत्व अच्छी आम गोटे नूतनत्व दिगला जे आमर भारतर स्वाधीनता पर गणतंत्र दिवस पर यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी कारण आम भारत हूँ क्वाजाई फेडरल देश एपाई आमको पॉलिटिकल साइंस स्टूडेंट हवा दरकार नहीं कि आमको रॉकेट साइंस जाना दरकार नहीं साधारण कथा है यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी कारण भारत जो निजर यूनिटी की एस्टाब्लीश करने चाहूला विदेशी शक्ति माने थिले से कहगला यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी सेटा डाइवर्सिटी इन वननेस नुह किंतु समय आसी आमर यूनिटी की आम उपभोग आम रियलाइज करके आम डाइवर्सिटी जोटाक अच्छी आम भय न करके से डाइवर्सिटी मान को किपरि भाव में सम्मान दबा आम पश्चिम ओडिशा आम दक्षिण ओडिशा आम पूर्व ओडिशा जो भाषा गुड़ाक अच्छी तमें ताकू किपरि भाव में यथेष्ट भाव में सम्मान दबा मु भावुची आमर भाषा भित्तिक जो प्रदेशटी अच्छी आमर जो सांताली भाषा अच्छी अन्य भाषा गुटा अच्छी आम यथेष्ट भाव में सम्मान दे पारूँ तेणु मूल लक्ष्य है आम जदि अनुवाद विषय आम कि आलोचना करने जाऊँ आमको प्रथम देखापी पड़ो आम सबू भाषा आ सबू डायलेक्ट मान को आम सम्मान दबा मुझे कहली प्रति 10 किलोमीटर गोटे गोटे भाषा अच्छी डायलेक्ट अच्छी आ से भाषा गुड़ाक धीरे धीरे लोप पाई जाऊँ लोप कहीं पाचे सेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ एक्टिविटी होटा दूर हो जाऊँ आम केमती सेंट्रलाइजेशन को दूर करके आम भाषा गुड़ाक किपरि बाकिबा सेटा हूँ कथा आम यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी को किपरि भाव में अवस्थापन आम करवा सेटा हूँ गोटे कथा मु द्वितीय पॉइंट को आसुची मु कही आपन को मु 10टी पॉइंट कहबी तापर मु निज प्लेस को नेबी निज स्थान को जीवी। द्वितीय कथा हूँ जे आमे जो अनुवाद जो एक्टिविटी करूचु सेगुड़ाक अनेक भाव में कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो कहीं कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो अनुवाद कहीं कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो आपण शुणु अनुवाद कहीं कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो अनुवाद कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो कारण आम गोटे पोस्ट कॉलोनियल लिविंग करुचु। पोस्ट कॉलोनियलिज्म कौन जितेबाला कॉलोनियलिज्म बाद हो गला ब्रिटिश माने आम देश छाड़ी चली गले आमे भाविलु आमे स्वाधीन हो किंतु जो पोस्ट कॉलोनियल थ्योरीज माने कहते एडवर्ड साइद हेले होमी भाभा हेले से माने कहते गोटे राष्ट्र स्वाधीन हो गला परे तांको स्वाधीन चिंताधारा आसेनी से पराधीन चिंताधारा आम भितर थाए जमती आम भावुचु इंग्राजी जदि आम कहबू ताले भल हम तेणु फकीरमोहन लिखिले डाक मुंशी से ताको इंग्राजी पढ़ेकी तापर से ताको इंग्राजी घुसी मारिला कारण से इंग्राजी पढ़ेले इंग्राजी आम पाई गोटे मार्कर ऑफ स्टेटस आम इंग्राजी भाषा कहले लोक मैंने भावे मु कन्वेंट स्कूल पढ़ी मत बेसी सम्मान मिलिबो किंतु से कथा जो फकीरमोहन लिखिं आम से कृतदास नुह इंग्राजी कृतदास नुह इंग्राजी इंग्लिश इज एन इंस्ट्रुमेंटालिटी ऑफ नॉलेज ताना जो आम भारत को जो मैंने स्वाधीनता देते रवींद्रनाथ टैगोर कहतु श्री अरविंद कहतु सुभाष से मैंने विदेश में पढ़िले किंतु आम पाई आम स्वाधीनता आनीदे से मैंने मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म रे विश्वास करते मु सेकेंड पॉइंट आपन करुच्ची आम जदि अनुवाद कथा विचार करवा आम मन भितर ए दास प्रथा भाषार दास प्रथा आम दूर करवा से भाषार दास प्रथा आमर दूर होनी मु पॉइंट 8 कि 9 बेलू आपन कहि किपरि भाव में आमर दूर होनी सबू पिला माने मते बुझछन तो हाँ करके कहतु हाँ जोरे कहतु बास मते बुझुचंती समस्ते आ सब छाड़ी बुझुचंती आम मनरू भाषा पाई नहीं कि गोटे दास प्रथा दूर हवा उचित आम जदि भाषा आम अनुवाद करवा अनुवाद हूँ L1 आउ जो भाषा आम अनुवाद करवा सेटा हूँ L2 L1 हूँ नेटिव टंग आउ L2 हूँ इंग्रेजी बा जेकोसी गोटे फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस आम अधिकांश समय L1 को सम्मान दौनु आम मु भावुची जो मैंने ट्रांसलेशन थ्योरीज मैंने अच्छा से मैंने कहते प्रथम भाषा जो भाषारू सोर्स लैंग्वेज को आम यथेष्ट भाव में सम्मान देवा उचित आम टार्गेट लैंग्वेज को दूर करुचु यार इम्प्लिकेशन कौन है मु 8 कि 9 पॉइंट रे आपण मानकु आगे कहि तेणु बहुत किसी कॉम्प्लिकेशन होचे गोटे है आमर इनहेरिटेड पास्ट आमर बहुत किसी रिच इनहेरिटेड पास्ट अच्छी ये इनहेरिटेड पास्ट को आम किपरि भाव में डील करवा आमर आइडेंटिटी फॉर्मेशन रे सेटा होची बड़ कथा आमको देखिया पड़ो आमर ओडिशार जो इनहेरिटेड पास्ट अच्छी एठू किछि दिन पर किछि बाट गला परे एठी पड़ुची मधुसूदन दास जो घर पड़ुची आम ताकू सम्मान करुचु कारण से उत्कल सम्मेलन माध्यम सी ताकू गोटे ओडिशा को स्थापन करते मृत्यु पर 1936 रे हैला आमर जो पिला माने अछंती ए जो पिला माने एठी अछंती समस्ते कोन मधुसूदन दास उत्कल सम्मेलन जानिचंती मु भावुची जेते अन्यर ओडिशार जो नौक दुर्भिक्ष हो आउ आमर बलराम दास हंतु समस्त सांगे आम उत्कल सम्मेलन विषय जाना उचित तेणु मो पूर्वाशा और कलिग्स मान को समस्त आह्वान करुच्ची ओडिशार सांस्कृतिक इतिहास आपण पढ़ातु ओडिशार सांस्कृतिक इतिहास जदि आपण न पढ़े आपणकर ट्रांसलेशन एक्सरसाइज अपूर्ण होगी रहिबो तेणु यही जो प्रकार कॉम्प्लेक्स आइडेंटिटी नहीं कि आम सृष्टि करुचु आमर मॉडर्न आइडेंटिटी इज अ कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड रिच आइडेंटिटी मोर सेकेंड पॉइंट है आम से प्रकार आइडेंटिटी को पुणी थे प्रोफेसर जेना आम केमती आविष्कार करूँ आपण मैंने ये बसिकी जो झील मैंने अच्छा विद्युत प्रभा देवी कि पूर्ण प्रभा देवी को जानी ना आपण मैंने ये बसिकी निरदष्टा कि शुणुंट जो जगार विद्युत प्रभा देवी जन्म होते पिता निमाई चरण दास किछि दिन पर आपण मैंने ये बसिकी जदि गोटे केन्द्रापड़ा ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज अच्छा विशेष करके नारी मैंने से अति दुखर कथा आपण मैंने जानतु विद्युत प्रभा देवी किए थे आम भावुचु आम जदि कॉफी कैफेटेर जाकि कही बसीगले आमर गोटे स्टेटस बदलीगला आम विद्युत प्रभा देवी विषय जानवा दरकार नहीं कि आम आमर जो मधुसूदन दास अच्छा कि कुंतला कुमारी अच्छा विषय जानवा उचित नुह बंधुगण जानतु जे मु इंग्राजी ओडिया और फरासी भाषा में शिक्षा लाभ कर मु फुलब्राइट स्कॉलरशिप पाई दिथि थर जाइए किंतु मु आपन को जो कथा कहूँ मातृभाषा शिखा आमर जो परंपरा अच्छी आम ताकू शिखा से जिनसा जदि न था मु जड़े ओडिया हिसाब से ये ठिया होकर कहबार मोर कौन यथार्थ ना तेणु आमको आमर जो पुराणा आम पुरातन जो प्रकार अच्छी जो विषय आम जानूँ आमर जो किचकबद्ध है जहाँ भी है आम ताकू आविष्कार करने पड़ो यहीटा है मोर कहबार तृतीय कथा है आमर रिच आउ प्लूरल आउ डाइवर्स कल्चर अच्छी ओडिशार जो मान कथा सब कहली आपण मैंने हुए तो कुंतला कुमारी को शेफाली प्रति पढ़ी छड़ा आउ किसी जानी ना आपण मान रेबा राय आउ साधुचरण राय को आपको जना ना आपन को विद्युत प्रभा देवी पुण्यप्रभा देवी स्वर्णप्रभा देवी जे लिखिं भाषीजार कागज डंगा विषय जाना ना आम जदि बसिकी ये अनुवाद उपर आलोचना करवा L1 विषय किसी धारणा ना ताले आमर UGC सेमिनार हो कि जेकोसी इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार हो तार लक्ष्य परिवर्तन हो पारनि तेणु ये जो प्रोफेसर जेना अच्छा मुझे माध्यम आह्वान करुँच मैंने प्राचीन आम जो लेखा अच्छी ता विषय आप जानतु ताकू जानीपारे सबू सब्जेक्ट रे आपण बेनिफिटेड हे आपण को इकोनॉमिक्स हो आपण को कॉमर्स हो आपण को फिलोसफी हो आपण जानिछंती जे फकीर मोहन सेनापति जे थिले आम लेखक तांकर पुओ थिले मोहिन मोहन सेनापति से फिलोसफी प्रोफेसर थिले आपण कोन जानिछंती मोहिन मोहन सेनापति जने रेप्यूटेड फिलोसफर थिले से रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रे मध्य थिले आपण माने ओडिसार ऐतिह्य आपण अनुवाद करंतु ओडिसार ऐतिह्य आमर खाली राजनीति माने देबेनी आपण को छात्र आ अध्यापक माने ओडिसार ऐतिह्य को आपण आविष्कार करिवे ओडिसार नौबाणीय परंपरा मध्य आविष्कार करिवे आपण जदि देखुचंदी वर्तमान ओडिसार नौबाणीय परंपरा राजाराणी मंदिर रे खोदित हेकी अछि मु आह्वान करछि जे आपण माने ओडिसार ओ परंपरा को आविष्कार करंतु जदि आपण अनुवाद करिया पई चाहंती वर्तमान मु चतुर्थ पॉइंट आपण को कहूछि चतुर्थ पॉइंट कहली आपन को देखंतु मु दुईटा आपन को इंट्रोड्यूस करी खूब कॉम्प्लेक्स आइडिया मु इंट्रोड्यूस करुच्ची आपण माने सुनिबे मत की देलमा पानी टिके दियो दुईटा आपन कहूछ जड़े ट्रांसलेशन थ्योरिस्ट हेले आम अनुवाद क्षेत्र रे आम दुईटी जिनस देखू जड़े हेले ट्रांसलेशन थ्योरिस्ट आ जड़े हेले ट्रांसलेशन प्रैक्टिशनर आम जड़े थ्योरिस्ट कहूँ के जन कहे आमको किसी थ्योरी दरकार नहीं अरे दौड़ा कथा तो दौड़िली दौड़ापी स्पोर्ट्स थ्योरी कौन दरकार किंतु जो मैंने एडवांस स्पोर्ट्स करूँगी से मैंने कहले स्पोर्ट्स जमी फिलिपिडिस दौड़ला ओलंपिक रे दौड़ला फिलिपिडिस ग्रीस दौड़की 22 किलोमीटर ओलंपिक देड़की कहला जे आम दीची जाइछु एथेन्स आउ स्पार्टार युद्ध होता फिलिपिडिस को पठेले से प्रथम ओलंपिक दौड़की जाकि 22 किलोमीटर कहला एथेन्स दीची जाइए स्पार्टा ठू तेणु आम ओलंपिक थ्योरी किसी अच्छे तेणु किसी लोक कहते आम से थ्योरी बकवास कथा आम विश्वास करूँ आम खाली थ्योरी आम प्रैक्टिस करुँ आम खाली अनुवाद करुँ किंतु बंधुगण मु कहूँ जे आमर जो प्रैक्टिस होची अनुवाद प्रैक्टिस इट शुड बी इन्फॉर्म्ड बाय थ्योरी आवर चॉइस फॉर मैरिज एंड नॉन मैरिज शुड बी इन्फॉर्म्ड बाय द क्वेश्चन ऑफ पेट्रियार्की एंड मैरिज आमको इन्फॉर्मेशन दरकार आमको थ्योरी दरकार से जो जड़े लॉरेंस बिनुती अच्छा विषय में दीपद कहि से दुईटी इंट्रोड्यूस कले जो मैंने किसी चली जाऊँगी भल आमको जो मैंने इंटरेस्टेड श्रोता से मैंने ही रे जो मैंने जाऊँगी अति भल कथा आम 10 जन जब भी रे से सफल हम कारण आम ये क्यूरियस स्पेक्टाकल चाहूँ जो मैंने प्रकृति में इंटरेस्टेड से मैंने रे लॉरेंस बिनुटी दुईटी कथा कहले आपड़ देखु गोटे कहले गोटे फॉरेनाइजेशन कले आ गोटे नेटिवाइजेशन कथा कहले डोमेस्टिकेशन कथा कहले डोमेस्टिकेशन आ फॉरेनाइजेशन ये जो पंचम प्रोपोजिशन आपन को देली डोमेस्टिकेशन कौन फॉरेनाइजेशन कौन फॉरेनाइजेशन है आम जदि गोटे नेटिव कल्चर आ गोटे विदेशी आम गोटे भाषा को आम अनुवाद करुचु से विदेशी भाषा केमती आम कथा बुझीब जमती आमर गोटे शब्द अच्छी श्रद्धा श्रद्धार कौन सी इंग्लिश इक्विवेलेंट आज्ञा ना प्रोफेसर मल्लिक श्रद्धार गोटे शब्द ना श्रद्धा श्रद्धा विच इज नॉट लव श्रद्धा इज नॉट एफेक्शन जमी आमर गोटे जातीय आमर जो भाषार किसी मौलिकता अच्छी से मौलिकता जे आमर जो इथोस बाय कंटेक्स्ट रे तार कौन गोटे लेक्सिकन आम विदेशी कंटेक्स्ट रे पाइबा नाही तेणु ताकू किपरि भाव में गोटे विदेशी ऑडियंस आगे आम प्रतिपादन करवा सेटा हूँ गोटे कथा कहले फॉरेनाइजेशन आ गोटे होला डोमेस्टिकेशन है विदेशी शब्द गुड़ाक जोटा अच्छी आम भाषा सेटा नाही कारण प्रतिटी शब्द पछरे गोटे चिंताधारा अच्छी से समस्ते कहती जदि गोटे भाषाटा लोप हो जाए से भाषार संस्कृति लोप हो जाए जमती अंडमान निकोबार जरवा भाषाटा लोप हो गला ता पछरे जो गोटे संस्कृति अच्छी से संस्कृति मध्य लोप पाई जाए आपण देखंतु वर्तमान अमेरिका रे द्रुत गति रे स्पेनिश लैंग्वेज बढ़ी चली आ दक्षिण अमेरिका सेंट्रल अमेरिका जोटा है ग्वाटेमाला हंडुरास आ निकारागुआ एथिरे मध्य स्पेनिश बढ़ी चली दक्षिण अमेरिका रे गोटे भाषा अच्छी जोटा स्पेनिश नुह सेटा होची ब्राजिल आ सेठी पोर्टुगीज कारण जिते क्रिस्टोफर कोलंबस आसिले आविष्कार तथाकथित आविष्कार कले से स्पेनिश भाषा को लेकिन आसिले जहाँफल अनेक गुड़ाक नेटिव अमेरिकन भाषा इंडिजिनस अमेरिकन इंडियन को भाषा गुड़ाक लोप पाईगला यहाँ कौन लोप पाइबा उचित आम जदि डेमोक्रेटिक लिविंग रे विश्वास करूँ भाषा लोप पाइबा उचित नुह मु पूर्वर कही आमर सबू डायलेक्ट गुड़ाक स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज आ सबू डायलेक्ट को आम आविष्कार करवा उचित आम जदि अनुवाद करवा खाली आम ओडिया आ इंग्राजी माध्यम अनुवाद करवा मु भावुची आम लक्ष्य साधन करें तेणु क्रिस्टोफर कोलंबस जो प्रकार करी लोप भाषा को लोप करदे आम चाहूँ से प्रकार कॉलोनाइजेशन न हो तेणु लॉरेंस बिनुटी दुईटी कथा कहले गोटे हूँ डोमेस्टिकेशन आ गोटे हूँ फॉरेनाइजेशन आम एटा को किपरि भाव में L1 to L2 कहीपर यहाँ है मोर पंचम प्रपोजिशन मुझे मु 10टी प्रपोजिशन देकी मो स्थान ग्रहण करी तेणु कहार किसी बोर्ड हबार ना मु मूल जहाँ करी रिकास्ट करके आपण मान सांगे मु आगुरी प्रस्तुत हो नी ओडिया कहवाई कि ओडिया मोर गोटे किसी परिमाण मुझे प्रकृत में मातृभक्त होती आउ विद्युत प्रांग भक्त होती आउ ओडिया माँ भक्त होती ताले मु ओडिया निश्चित भाव में कहि आ गोटे कथा मुझे पंचम कथाटा मुझे षष्ठ कथा मुझे आपण मैंने बसिकी आप भावुंट जे अनुवादटा हूँ गोटे मेजर एक्टिविटी प्रोफेसर जेना अनुवादटा मेजर एक्टिविटी नुह यूरोप और अमेरिका रे देखा जाए जे जेतिकी तांकर पब्लिकेशन सब होची यूरोप अमेरिका आपण माने भावंतु से माने बहुत एडवांस देश से एडवांस देश में बहुत किसी अनुवाद होउथबो आपण सुनिकी दुखित हेबे अवसोचनार कथा यूरोप अमेरिका रे ट्रांसलेशन होची पब्लिकेशन 2.3 2.3 भाग पब्लिकेशन होची आउ ट्रांसलेशन केते कम से माने एडवांस लैंग्वेजेस इटालियन स्पेनिश ग्रीक इंग्लिश फ्रेंच रशियन केते भाषा सब अच्छी किंतु 2.5 आपण जदि देखिबे 2.3 भागर होची आम भितर आप देखिए आ जो नेक्स्ट पॉइंट रे मु कहिबे आमर अनुवाद जो प्रकार सीन अच्छी लैंडस्केप अच्छी इकोसिस्टम अच्छी केते परिमाण रे ग्रॉसली इनएडिक्वेट आपण कहिबे तेणु मुझे कहवाई चाहे ता पछरे गोटे आह्वान अच्छी आम जदि चाहिए खाली गोटे नेशनल सेमिनार को नुह आमको ग्राउंड रियालिटी की जाकि बुझापी पड़ो आमर ट्रांसलेशन सीन केमती भाव में आपण मैंने सबू निश्चित भाव में अन्य जिनस छाड़ी मंत्रमुग्ध होकर शुणुंट बिकॉज एवरी स्पीच हैज टू बी बोर्न आउट ऑफ पैशन एंड इंटेलिजेंस एंड ऑब्जेक्टिविटी मुझे गोटे पॉइंट कहूँ आमर जो प्रकार ट्रांसलेशन सीन आम देश में बहुत किसी अवार्ड दि जाऊँगी किंतु प्रकृति में ट्रांसलेशन हूँ इनएडिक्वेट मु आपन को यूरोप अमेरिका कथा कहली 3.2 दशमिक आमर होची तापर देखंतु आमर गोटे पैराडॉक्स माने सीमिंग कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन विलियम ब्लेक जेमती कहले द रोड टू एक्सेस इज द पैलेस टू विजडम कैन अ ल्यूनाटिक पोएट एंड द लवर आर द सेम विलियम ब्लेक कहले तांको गोटे इनसैनिटी तांको गोटे आख्या दिया जायतिला किंतु सी जड़े ग्रेट मिस्टिक थे आ भीतर जहाँ कहले द रोड टू एक्सेस इज द पैलेस टू विजडम आम बहुत मॉडरेशन हवा उचित से कहले एक्सेस माध्यम जड़े विजडम को लोकेट कर शेक्सपियर जी कहले ल्यूनाटिक लवर एंड द पोएट आम सब कौच पागल आख्या दे पागलटा पागल भितर जो विजडम अच्छी आमको बुझापी आम क्षमता ना तेणु आम बहुत हाईली इंटेलिजेंट लोक आम पागल बोली विचार करूँ एटा मु कहूनी शेक्सपियर कहले एंटन चेकॉफ कहले वर्ड नंबर 6 रे कहले गोटे सुस्थ व्यक्ति को गोटे पागलखाना भर्ती कर दि जाऊँगी आ पागल मैंने हसुंट किंतु से सुस्थ व्यक्ति कहूँ मु प्रकृति जड़े सुस्थ मस्तिष्कर व्यक्ति रोड टू एक्सेस इज द पैलेस टू विजडम तेणु ये पैराडॉक्स कथा कहले पैराडॉक्सेस आर नॉट कॉन्ट्रडिक्शंस पैराडॉक्सेस आर सीमिंग कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन पैराडॉक्स भितर जो विजडमटा अच्छी आमको बुझापी पड़ो से विजडम भितर मु कहवाई चाहूँगी मु आपन को इनएडिक्वेसी ऑफ ट्रांसलेशन कथा कहली मु बर्तमान आपन को पैराडॉक्स कथा कहबी आपन देखंतु ओडिया रो इंग्राजी बहुत कम होछि किंतु बहुत पूर्वर ट्रांसलेशन थ्योरी कहवा पूर्वर ओडिशार जनता माने अन्य भाषारू ओडिया को बहुत सब पढ़ुले। प्रोफेसर मल्लिक ओडिया अध्यापना करुले, से जन दक्ष ओडिया अध्यापक, से मो सांगे राजी हे। टम ककांकर कुटीर अंकल टम्स कैबिन आमे एठी ओडिशा रे पढ़ुलु। अन्य भाषाभाषी डी.एच. लॉरेंस को हो आउ डिकेन्स को हो, अन्य भाषारू रवि ठाकुर को बही हो, आमे ताकू ओडिया रे पढ़ुलु। किंतु ओडिया को ओडियारू इंग्राजी किंबा अन्य भाषा बहुत बेसी अनुवाद हो नथिला। मु भावुची जेहेतु ओडियारू अन्य भाषा को हेई नथिला, ओडिया संस्कृति ओडिया आउ साहित्य अन्य भाषा को जाई पार नथिला। एई जो भाषा को भित्तिक कहली जेमती कर्णाटकरू हो केरलारू हो, से माने रवि ठाकुर को कथा को जानी से माने फकीरमोहन सेनापति को कथा जान नथिले। मु भावुची एटा गोटे अति शोचनीय कथा जे केरला कर्णाटक आउ महाराष्ट्र जो लोक मैंने से माने तांको भाषा आउ अन्य भाषा मान साहित्य विषय जानुले किंतु आम ओडिया भाषा जानू नथिले। तेणु ओडिशार विकास घटो, आंचलिक विकास घटो खाली रिसोर्स भितर नुह, जो मुहूर्त में साहित्य आ संस्कृतिर विकास घटो मु भावुची ओडिशार विकास घटो। मु कौन सी रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट विकास पाई मु विरोधी नुह। विरोध हो कल कारखाना हो, पारादीप पोर्ट आउ एक्सपेंशन हो, धामरार हो आउ कल कारखाना हो, बिल्डिंग हो, यूनिवर्सिटी सब हो, ता सहित मु कहिबी मुक्त कंठारे कहिबी ओडिशार प्रकृत विकास घटो आउ स्वाधीन ओडिशा एक आसीबो जदि ओडिशार साहित्य समाज आउ संस्कृतिर विकास घटो। तेणु आमको ग्रहण करने पड़ो। आउ एटा अनुवाद माध्यम एटा है नहीं पिला माने मु जो कथाटा कहली मु कौन सी मीडिया को लक्ष्य करके कहूनी। मु ओडिशार विकास रे बिलीव करे, ओडिशार मेटेरियल आउ इकोनॉमिक विकास रे एठी करे। एठी इकोनॉमिक्स रो अध्यापक अछंती, से माने मते मिसअंडरस्टैंड करिया उचित नो, किंतु मु गभीर भाव में मु रियलाइज करे जे प्रकृतिर विकास घटिबो जदि गोटे चेतनार विकास घटे, जदि गोटे साहित्यर विकास घटे, जदि गोटे सांस्कृतिक विकास घटिबो। बंधुगण आमर सांस्कृतिक साहित्यिक विकास घटी ना। आम बर्तमान जाए लैंग्वेजेस मान को डायलेक्ट कहूँ आउ आमको अनुवाद माध्यम आम जदि आमर पुनर् जो प्रकार आमर जो प्रकार आम जो परंपरा अच्छी मु जो परंपरा सकाशे कहली आम जदि बुझीपर आउ इंग्राजी भाषार दास न हो कि इंग्राजी को इंस्ट्रुमेंटल ऑफ नॉलेज कहवा जमती महात्मा गांधी कहते आई बिलीव इन ओपनिंग माय डोर्स एंड विंडोज टू द वर्ल्ड बट आई रिफ्यूज टू बी स्वेप्ट ऑफ my feet because of the winds of change which are coming from outside. अर्थात मु इंग्राजी भाषा मु ग्रहण करी यंग इंडिया लिखी किंतु गुजराती हूँ मोर मातृभाषा। गुजराती माध्यम मु लिखी मातृभाषा लिखा मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म विशेष करवा अनुवाद करवा आउ इंग्राजी फरासी भाषा रे आमे दुनिया सांगरे आमे भाव विनिमय करवा। यह हूँ गोटे लक्ष्य। तेणु मु जो स्लोगान दौची यही मल्टीलिंगुएज माध्यम आम ताकू आविष्कार करवा। तेणु ये जो प्रकार एसिमेट्री होची इनइक्वालिटी होची भाषा भित्तिक विषय इंग्राजी आ ओडिया आ अन्य भाषा आ ओडिया अन्य भाषारू आम शिखीचे किंतु आम ओडिया भाषार जो टेक्स्ट गुड़ाक अच्छी आम फकीरमोहन हो कि जहाँ भी हो आम ताकू यथेष्ट भाव में अन्य भाषा आम प्रकाश करें। मु गोटे आह्वान देवी ये जो मैंने बसचंती से मैंने आम ओडिया भाषार जो टेक्स्ट गुड़ाक अच्छी बहुमूल्य टेक्स्ट ताकू मत इंग्राजी आउ बेंगली आउ भाषा करंतु। कारण लिंग्विस्ट मैंने कहते आउ ट्रांसलेशन थ्योरीज मैंने कहते जे आमे जदि गोटे भारतीय भाषार टेक्स्ट को इंग्राजी करवा तापेक्षा बेटर आम कर भारतीय भाषा टेक्स्ट अन्य भारतीय भाषा को। कारण भारतीय भाषार सब जो टेक्स्ट गुड़ाक अच्छी गोटे कॉमन सेंसिबिलिटी अच्छे लिटरेरी सेंसिबिलिटी जो लिटरेरी सेंसिबिलिटी और विदेशी भाषा सांगे ना भारतीय भाषार। तेणु भारतीय भाषा किपरि भाव में अनुवाद करवा सेटा आम देखापी पड़ो। बर्तमान आउ बंधुगण मो 2टी पॉइंट कहूँ 9टी पॉइंट 10टी पॉइंट मु कौन डाइग्रेस करनी जहाँ मुझे पूरा संक्षिप्त कहूँ फोकस्ड होगी कहूँ आपण मैंने आग्रह शुणुंट आउ मनी बैक ग्यारंटी मु ऑलरेडी पूर्वाशा को ऑफर कर 2टी पॉइंट आपन को कहे तापर मु विदाय नेबी। 9टी हूँ मु आपन को कहि आपन जो अनुवाद सब करूचंती अनुवाद पछरे गोटे पॉलिटिक्स अच्छे। कौन पॉलिटिक्स मु जदि यही भाषार गोटे टेक्सटा अनुवाद करी जो व्यक्ति मैंने अच्छा मुझे माध्यम गोटे पुरस्कार पाइबी मत गोटे लबी दरकार गोटे पुरस्कार पाइबा। आज गोटे साहित्य एकाडेमी पुरस्कार पाइली काली ज्ञानपीठ पाइबी परदिन नोबेल पाइबी मु भावुची गोटे सच्चा जदि कौन गोटे ट्रांसलेटर हो जो कथाटा सुजन बैसनेट कहते पिला माने लॉरेंस बिनुटी विषय जमती कहली तुम लिखिल सुजन बैसनेट वारिक यूनिवर्सिटी जड़े थिले मोर सौभाग्य थिला तांगु देखा करने सी एथिक्स ऑफ ट्रांसलेशन कहले एथिक्स कौन एथिक्स हूँ आम मोरालिटी मोरालिटी माने आमर सेटा करवा उचित कि न करवा उचित मु भावुची गोटे भल सच्चा ट्रांसलेटर आ अनुवादक माध्यम रे गोटे गोटे रहा उचित गोटे एथिक्स रहा उचित मुझे करी कि न करी आजिकल देखा जाऊँगी अधिकांश सब ट्रांसलेशन होउची कारण यही ट्रांसलेशन टे कले मु ट्रांसलेशन अवार्ड टी पाइबी मत जी जार ट्रांसलेशन कर सी मत गोटे उपढौकन दब सी मत देश विदेश में बुलेब यहीटा हूँ गोटे निम्न चेतनार लक्ष्य आमे जदि प्रकृत में ओडिया साहित्य समाज आउ परंपरा रे विश्वास करूँ जो गुड़ाक अमूल्य संपत्ति आपड़ देखु आमर अमूल्य संपत्ति कौन आमर गोपबंधुकर हूँ लेखा हूँ अमूल्य संपत्ति आमर गोदावरी सिंहर लेखा हूँ अमूल्य संपत्ति आमर कुंतला कुमारी का हूँ अमूल्य संपत्ति आमर जो सरला देवी अच्छा अमूल्य संपत्ति आमर विद्युतप्रा देवी होती अमूल्य संपत्ति आमर जो अन्य सब लेखा माने लेखा लिखिं सुरेंद्र महांती अमूल्य संपत्ति मत जड़े कहले मुझे विस्मृत परंपरा ओडिया साहित्य नारी प्रतिभा लिखिली आमर ये सरोज बोतांती सी मोर छात्र थे मु बहुत गर्व गर्व फिल कर सी बर्तमान जामिया मिलिया जड़े प्रोफेसर अच्छा किंतु सी स्वीकार करेंगे मु सब स्वाधीनचेता ओडिया जड़े थी मु कौन से इंग्राजी कित्रदास नी मत मुझे लिखिली सरोज मत बहुत किसी लोक कहले तुम्हें ओडिया तो जो लोक मैंने मरी जाइंट विषय कहीं लिखुच लॉस्ट ट्रेडिशन अर्ली विमेन्स राइटिंग इन ओडिशा सेज पब्लिकेशन कला तापर अन्य करुँच मानुषी पब्लिश कला तुम्हें जो मैंने जीवंत अच्छा तुम लिखुन मुझे कहीं जीवंत सी लिखी ना जीवंत लोक मानक जदि लिख तुम गोटे पुरस्कार मिल मु कहली किसी पुरस्कार दरकार नहीं मुझे पुरस्कार दरकार नहीं जमती मो माँ सी बह करने चाहू नथिले से साहित्य चर्चा करने चाहूले आ मो माँ को जीवन जो बाहर सौम्य रंजन पट्टनायक कहले अति उत्तम कथा विद्युत प्रदेवी बह कले बह न करथिले आमे प्रोफेसर महांती की पाई न था मो समय जो आसला मु भाविली एटा अति दुखर कथा मु जन्म न होइथिले भी भल ही था किंतु जदि मो माँ से इस प्रकार से जो संभावना थिला तांकर से जोटा चाहूले ऑप्शन चाहूले मु बह न करी करी बर्तमान से ऑप्शनटा आपण माने पाइचंती से चॉइसटा आपण माने करि पारचंती झियो माने नारी माने करूचंती मु भावुची से समय ठू ए समयटा आगे आपण भितर से चॉइसटा अच्छी तेणु से चॉइसटा को हम करने पड़ो जीवन प्रति घड़ीसंधि मुहूर्त चॉइस करने पड़े अनुवादक मध्य मत गोटे चॉइस थाए आमे जो माने मरी जाइछंती तांको कथा लिखिबा ना जो माने जीवंत अछंती तांको कथा लिखिकी पुरस्कार पाइबा मु भावुची आमर जो अमूल्य साहित्य संपत्ति अच्छी ताकू आमको अनुवाद करने पई पड़िबो जो लेखक मान विषय मु कहली कुंतला कुमारी सुफाड़ी प्रति छड़ा आमे किछि जानूनु विद्युत प्रदेवींकर खद्योतिका माटीरे मनीष जोटा कि आवृत्ति कले जे मुख्यमंत्री बजेट सेशन में तांको छड़ा आमे किछि जानूनु मु आ गोटे आह्वान दउछि पूर्वाशा मो कन्या प्रतिभा अनुमान को आगे मुझे आह्वान दूची आमर जो पुराना जो सब लेखा सब अच्छी आमर आइकोनिक कैनोनिकल टेक्स्ट गुड़ाक अच्छी से गुड़ाक सब अवहेलित से टेक्स्ट को आम ये करवा आउ पूरा शेष में मु 10टी पॉइंट 10 मु कहूँ आपण आगे कली ए बहीटी मुझे लॉस्ट वर्ल्ड ऑफ सरला देवी एटा मु इंग्राजी मुझे जो जाकि 15 वर्ष तले घर को जाइली से आमर आत्मसम्य आमर आत्मीय हेबे तांकर जो नातुणीटे थिला भारती कहला सचिव यार किसी हेनी नड़िया कथा भितर आणिक मत देखला आ मु देखिली सरला देवी होती कमला देवी चट्टोपाध्याय आ दुर्गाबाई देशमुखर जड़े प्रिजन मेट थिले बेलोर जेल तांको लेखा सब संग्रह करी विभिन्न पत्र पत्रिकार कली ओडिया कली इंग्राजी एटा है ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी प्रेस सबुठ प्रेस्टिजियस मुझे कली मु कंटेम्परेरी राइटर को लेखिकी कौन से पुरस्कार मोर नाला मोर अभिप्राय भी ना मो पाई सरला देवी होती श्रेष्ठ कुंतला कुमारी रेबाराय होती श्रेष्ठ आमर आधुनिक कौन से गोटे स्लोगन पॉलिटिकल स्लोगन ने हुए ऑल रेवोल्यूशंस आर क्रिएटेड फाइनली इन द क्लासरूम ए क्लासरूम रे रेवोल्यूशन हम जो दिन ये साहित्यिक रेवोल्यूशन क्लासरूम रे हम मु भावुची यथार्थ रेवोल्यूशन हम आउ ये बहीटी मु कली आउ सरला देवी बहीटा किंडल एडिशन अच्छी और डिजिटल एडिशन अच्छी प्राय 100 वर्ष रु अधिका सरला देवी जीवंत होकर रहिले आउ जोगुड़ाक आम जदि आंतर्जातिक स्तर में प्रकाश करवा आम ताकू करिपरिबा मु शेषରେ ଆଉ କହିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହେଁ आम भितर जो एसिमेट्री अच्छी बिटवीन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस एंड फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस आम से एसिमेट्री दूर करवा गोटे भाषा जदि लोप हो जाए गोटे कल्चर लोप हो जाए आउ कल्चर को रखापी हेले जागृत करने भाषा को आमको सेफगार्ड करने पड़ो आउ यही जो स्वाधीनता आमर जो करीचे आम जो ट्रांसलेशन बा अनुवाद गोटे आम सम्मिलन करीचे ये सम्मिलन मध्यम मो कहवा कथा आम जदि 10टी पॉइंट आउ अन्य पॉइंट माने अन्य वक्ता माने कहिबे आमे जदि ताकू ध्यान दबा मु भाबुची एई जो जातीय सेमिनारटा अछि अनुवाद उपरे किछि बार मनबे एटा सफल हबो धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. It was an illuminating session. I have noted down some important points that you discussed about the concerns of translation. First of all, thank you very much for such a deeply engaging and thought-provoking keynote address. Beginning from the emergence of translation in India, your insights illuminated how translation had shaped our multilingual intellectual history. Your concern over the gradual disappearance of regional dialect was especially moving, reminding us that language loss is also a cultural memory. By foregrounding colonialism as the first major threat to translation, you urged us to think and rethink power, language, and responsibility in translation practice today. We are truly grateful for a lecture that was both intellectually enriching and ethically awakening. Thank you, sir, for such an illuminating address that reaffirmed the centrality of translation theory, while also drawing our attention to the multiple threats. And we also apologize to address you, Doctor. You were no doubt a professor. You have, in fact, gone beyond the stage of professor. You are a learned man. No address, no salutation could befit to you. You were above all salutations. So you are not a professor. You are not a doctor. You are a learned man who always illuminates seekers, because you are a learner. So we are all seekers. So you are beyond all salutations. You befit, just your name is enough. I think the professor is not also enough. You go beyond that. Thank you very much. And now, I would, before inviting the next speaker, who is the speaker of this session, I would tell in a nutshell about him. Where thought meets experience, dialogue begins. And he is a thinker whose words travel beyond pages and whose insights open new windows of understanding. We have got multiple opportunities to listen to you over the television, but this is the first time we're going to listen to you face to face. And now you have a great experience in terms of Odia literature. You have written dialogues for 2 movies, 2 very classic movies, and a few theaters or a few theaters, as far as my knowledge goes, you have written also. So such illuminating person is present with us. So I would like to address and request the chief speaker of this occasion, Professor Purnachandra Malik. He is a known person. Many of us know him, but still then he is a very disciple, learner, scholar of Odia literature and playwright. Also the former principal of Panchayat College. I request him to take the mic and enrich the audience present here.
Honorable President, Professor Shantanu Kumar Jena, Principal, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sachidananda Mohanty, Member University Grants Commission, Ministry of Education, Government of India, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Odisha, Fulbright Fellow, Texas Austin Yale University, United States of America, Fulbright visiting professor, United States of America. Professor Dr. Dipti Roy, Dr. Devakant Sodangi, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Das, Dr. Achyutanand Maharana, Shraddheya Purvasha, कंपेरियर अच्छी श्रद्धेया प्रभामयी ये दी जन को आशीर्वाद करुच्ची आम सम्मुखें बस प्रोफेसर रामचंद्र बेहेरा सार को प्रणाम जनाऊँ ओडिया साहित्यर से होती लिविंग लिजेंड प्लीज गिव योर बिग हैंड्स तांका उद्देश्य रे सम्मुखें बस डॉक्टर सरोज रेस्पेक्टेड टीचर्स स्टूडेंट्स लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन एंड नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ्स ऑल्सो मु बेसी कंफर्टेबल फील करी मुझे ओडिया कहि बहुत समय है बस के पिला माने तुम शुणुच मो विषय जो कहला गोटे नाटकर कथा कहगला पिंगला सहित गोटे राति मुझे नाटक रू दीटा डायलॉग कहीकि तुमको टे वार्म अप करी तापर मो वक्तव्य रखी एकादश स्कंदरे पिंगला बोली गोटे चरित्र अच्छी जदुराजंक राज्य को जड़े अवधूत से अवधूत प्रचंड ज्ञानी तांको जी जहाँ प्रश्न करुच्ची से तार सठिक उत्तर दौरान तेणु जदुराज जिते शुणिले राज्य को जड़े यही ज्ञानी पुरुष आछंती से ताकू साक्षात करने को चाहिए एवं राजा जाई भेटिले जहाँ प्रश्न कले सुंदर उत्तर पाइले से प्रभावित हेले एवं से पचारिले आपण एते ज्ञानर अधिकारी किपरि हेले अवधूत कहते मोर 24 जन गुरु अच्छंती से 24 गुरुंक ठारू मु शिक्षा लाभ करिछि से गुरुंकर जेतेबेले से दौरान तादरे कहते सूर्य मोर गुरु चंद्र मोर गुरु वायु मोर गुरु इत्यादि इत्यादि कही कही से कहते पिंगला बेश्या मध्य मोर गुरु से तो पिंगला बेश्या कथा कहते अन्य मैंने आश्चर्य स्वाभाविक जड़े बेश्या केमती एभली महान पुरुषंकर गुरु हब तेणु प्रश्न जो उठुची सेठी वर्णना कराऊँची जे श्रीकृष्ण कहते उद्धव को हे उद्धव तू शुण पूर्व काल रे अवंती नगर रे जड़े बेश्या थिला ता ना होची पिंगला से साधव पुरुष सहित मिलित होगापाई कंठ देला एवं रातिर द्वितीय प्रहर स्थिर है से आसब से कहानी से 10 पद गोटे 10 लाइन्स से 10 लाइन को नहीं मोर गोटे क्लासिक नाटक मु लिखी आज की 45-50 वर्ष तले जार ना हूँ पिंगला सहित गोटे राति से जोड़े डायलॉग मुझे खाली आपको कहबी आप शुणिबे डायलॉगटा हूँ एमती रातिर प्रथम प्रहर आसी सूर्य अस्त हो जाइछंती प्रथम प्रहर चलुची पिंगला तांकर सहचरी को कहउछंती एबे राति केते हला यही तो उत्तर से कहूँ तांकर जी सहचरी यही तो सूर्य अस्त हेले प्रथम प्रहर आरंभ है मात्र से केतेबेले आसबे से माने साधवपुत्र रातिर द्वितीय प्रहर रे द्वितीय प्रहर केबे हम प्रथम प्रहर पर ये समयटा केड़े धीर मालविका ये समयटा केड़े धीर मालविका मालविका उत्तर दौची हाँ एक वृद्ध कच्छप भली शुणु डायलॉगटा ये समयटा केड़े धीर मालविका मालविका उत्तर दूची हाँ एक वृद्ध कच्छप भली रातिर द्वितीय प्रहर अतिक्रांत होइछि तृतीय प्रहर अतिक्रांत होइछि चतुर्थ प्रहर अतिक्रांत होइछि से आसी नाहांती उद्ग्रीव ही से प्रश्न करुछंती मालविका को पिंगला प्रश्न करुछंती राति एबे केते हला मालविका चतुर्थ प्रहर संपूर्ण हेबाकू जाउची झरका खोली देइछि एई तो पूर्व दिगरे सिंदूरा फिटी आसिलाणी आ अल्प समय पर सूर्य उदय हेबे पिंगला कहउछंती ये समयटा केड़े चंचल मालविका ये समयटा केड़े चंचल मालविका मालविका उत्तर दउची हाँ एक वेगवान अश्व भली ये समयटा केड़े चंचल मालविका से लोक पचारुची जो प्रश्न करुची जे उत्तर दउची से एका लोक अछंती से सही कहूची ये समयटा केड़े चंचल मालविका से उत्तर दउची हाँ एक वेगवान अश्व भली समयर जो डिफरेंट इंटरप्रिटेशन समयर जो डिफरेंट इंटरप्रिटेशन ये समयटा केतबेले हमको लगुच वृद्ध कच्छप भली धीर मंथर गति चलुची केतबेले लगुच वेगवान अश्व भली खूब शीघ्र अतिक्रांत हो जाउछि ये थला से नाटक छड़ मुझे आसबि पिला माने बेसिकली पिला मानक पई कहबी तुम यूरोप मानचित्र देखिथिबो फ्रांस मानचित्र देखिथिबो फ्रांस गोटे पट अच्छी ग्रेट ब्रिटेन जो माने हमको शासन करुथिले जो माने हमको शासन करुथिले से राज्यर ना होछि ग्रेट ब्रिटेन जहाँ को बिलात बोली कहूँ ता मझीरे अच्छी गोटाए इंग्लिश चैनल से इंग्लिश चैनलटा जो अणोशे हो मिसी जाइए अल्प हो तार दूरत्व हूँ 26 किलोमीटर तार दूरत्व हूँ मात्र 26 किलोमीटर 26 किलोमीटर एपटे रहिला ग्रेट ब्रिटेन राइट साइड रहिला फ्रांस पिला माने आश्चर्य हम जब जानी भल जब न जानी जान मात्र 26 किलोमीटर व्यवधान भितर ब्रिटेन ठारू मात्र 26 किलोमीटर किंतु प्रत्येक फ्रांसवासी से माने इंग्रेज कहवाई इंग्राजी भाषा व्यवहार करने घृणाबोध करती से घृणा करती इतिहास माने इंग्राजी रे कहवाई मात्र 26 किलोमीटर व्यवधान रे दीटा देश कहीं कारण से माने तांकर मातृभाषा को सबुठू बेसी भल पाती 26 किलोमीटर दूर ब्रिटिश थिले मध्य ग्रेट ब्रिटेन थिले मध्य से माने तांको देशर भाषा कहती नहीं जेतेबेले यूरोपर सबु देश पृथ्वीर विभिन्न अंचल को जाई सेठी कॉलोनी तैयारी करथिले सार जो कहउथिले स्पेनिश कॉलोनी मध्य अमेरिका रे थिला पोर्तुगीज कॉलोनी मध्य अमेरिका रे थिला एकदा समय थिला जेतेबेले पृथ्वीर अर्धाधिक देश पोर्तुगीज कॉलोनी अर्धाधिक स्पेनिश कॉलोनी किंतु इंग्रेज माने कल बल कौशल करी सबुजाक स्पेनिश कॉलोनी सबुजाक पोर्तुगीज कॉलोनी को निज अख्तियार को नहीं आसले तेणु मु खाली एति कहूँ गोटे प्रश्न करी पिला तुमको आम देश राज्यर ना हूँ ओडिशा आमर भाषा हूँ ओडिया सेमती फ्रांस को जदि आम नवा फ्रांस है देशर ना तांकर लैंग्वेज ना फ्रेंच मते कुह मु सब पिला पचारुची किसी कथबार्ता निज भीतर मो कथा शुण एवं प्रश्नर उत्तर दियो आग ओडिया है ना आग ओडिशा है बुझिपार मो कथा तो आग फ्रांस है ना आग फ्रेंच है बुझिपार मो कथा आग स्पेनिश भाषा है ना स्पेन है कौटा आग भाषा ना से देश से भूखंड भाषा ठीक कही प्रथम है भाषा भाषा को नहीं से भाषा जो मैंने कहले से माने जो भूखंड रे रहिले से भूखंड को सही भाषा ना रे नामित करागला ओडिया जो मैंने कहले तांको ओडिया कहगला से जोटी रहिले तांको ओडिशा कहगला ତେଣୁ ଭାଷା ହେଉଛି ମୂଳ। ଯେଉଁ ଲୋକ ତା ନିଜ ଭାଷାକୁ ଚିହ୍ନିନି ଜାଣିନି, ନିଜ ଭାଷାରେ କଥା ହେଉନି, ନିଜ ଭାଷାରେ କଥା ହେଲା ବେଳେ ସେ ହୀନମନ୍ୟତା ଅନୁଭବ କରୁଛି, ସେଭଳି କେବେ ହେବା ଉଚିତ ନୁହଁ। ଭାଷା ହେଉଛି ଆମର ମାୟା, ଭାଷା ହେଉଛି ଆମର ପରିଚୟ, ଭାଷା ହେଉଛି ଆମର ଅସ୍ମିତା। ତେଣୁ ଆମ ଭାଷାକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା, ଆମ ଭାଷା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ମରିବା। ଆଜି ଯେଉଁ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ୍ ହେଉଛି ତା ଉପରେ ଆଲୋଚନା ହେଉଛି। ମୁଁ ସବୁ ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ଜଣାଇ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ଯଦି ନ ଜାଣିଥିବ ଜାଣ, ଇଏ ଅନୁବାଦ କରିବାର ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍, ଇଏ ଆଜିକାଲିର ନୂଆ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିସ୍ ନୁହଁ। ମଣିଷ ସଭ୍ୟତା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେବା କାଳରୁ, ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେବା କାଳରୁ ଅନୁବାଦ ମଧ୍ୟ ଅଛି, ଅନୁବାଦ ଚାଲିଛି। ପ୍ରଥମେ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଦେଖିବା ଭାରତ କଥା, ଭାରତରେ ମୁଖ୍ୟତଃ 3ଟି ଭାଷା ଥିଲା। ଯଦି ଆମେ 5000 ବର୍ଷ ତଳକୁ ଚଳେଇବା କି 10,000 ବର୍ଷ ତଳକୁ ପଳେଇବା, ଦେଖିବା ମୁଖ୍ୟତଃ ପ୍ରାୟ 3ଟା ଭାଷା ଥିଲା। ଗୋଟେ ହେଉଛି ସଂସ୍କୃତ, ବୈଦିକ କାଳରେ ଯେଉଁ ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଥିଲା ତାକୁ ପ୍ରି ବୈଦିକ କୁହାହେଉଛି, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାକୃତ, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପାଲି। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ପ୍ରାୟ 2500 ବର୍ଷ ତଳୁ ଏହିସବୁ ପାଲି, ପ୍ରାକୃତ, ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଇଏର ଅପଭ୍ରଂଶ ହେଇକରି ସ୍ଥାନୀୟ ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା। ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, ବଙ୍ଗଳା ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, ମରାଠୀ ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, କର୍ଣ୍ଣାଟକ ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, ଇତ୍ୟାଦି 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 ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ଏହି ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା। ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଭାଷା ସବୁ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, ଧରିନିଏ ଯେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ଆମେ କରିବା, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ପ୍ରଥମେ କ'ଣ କଲା? ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଲେଖିଲେ କ'ଣ ଲେଖିଲେ? ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଇକରି ତା'ର ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଲେଖାଗଲା, ସେ ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ କ'ଣ ଲେଖାଗଲା? ଦେଖିବ ସେ ସବୁ ସାହିତ୍ୟ କେବଳ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ନୁହଁ, ଓଡ଼ିଆ, ବଙ୍ଗଳା, ତେଲୁଗୁ, ତାମିଲ, ଯାହା କୁହ, ସେଥିରେ ପ୍ରଥମେ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା ରାମାୟଣ, ମହାଭାରତ, ଭାଗବତ, ଯେତେ ସବୁ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ ଶାସ୍ତ୍ର ଅଛି ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଭାଷାରେ ଥିଲା। ସେଇ ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଭାଷାର ଅନୁବାଦ ସେମାନେ କରିଲେନି। କେଉଁଠି ଅନୁବାଦ ହେଲା, ଆକ୍ଷରିକ ଅନୁବାଦ ହେଲା, କେଉଁଠି ଅନୁବାଦକୁ ସାମାନ୍ୟ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତିତ କରି ନୂଆ ନୂଆ କାହାଣୀ କରି ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଲା, ଏବଂ କେଉଁଠି ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ରୂପେ ସେଇ ମୂଳ କାହାଣୀକି ନେଇ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ମୌଳିକ କାହାଣୀ ମଧ୍ୟ ଛିଡ଼ା କରି ଦିଆଗଲା। ଯେମିତି ଆମେ କହିବା ସାରଳା ଦାସ, ସାରଳା ଦାସ ମହାଭାରତର ଅନୁବାଦ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି, ଅନୁସରଣ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ସେଇ ଯେଉଁ ଅନୁସରଣ କଲେ, ତାକୁ ଅନୁସରଣ କରି ସେ ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ମହାଭାରତ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି। ଯଦିଓ ମହାଭାରତରେ ସେ ଚରିତ୍ରମାନେ ସବୁ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ତା ଭିତରେ ଅନେକ ଚରିତ୍ର ମଧ୍ୟ ସାରଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ ନାହିଁ। ସାରଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ ଅନେକ ନୂଆ ଚରିତ୍ର ମଧ୍ୟ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି। ସାରଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ ଅନେକ ନୂଆ ଚରିତ୍ର ମଧ୍ୟ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି। ଆଉ ସାରଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଏକଦା ଏତେ ପପୁଲାର ଥିଲା, ଏତେ ଲୋକପ୍ରିୟ ଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ, ଯେ ସାରଳା ଦାସଙ୍କର କଥାକୁ ଆମେ ଉଦ୍ଧାର କରୁଥିଲେ, ଆମ ଲୋକମାନେ ସବୁ ଉଦ୍ଧାର କରୁଥିଲେ, ଆଜି ବି ଉଦ୍ଧାର କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ସେ ଲୋକ ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି ଯେ ଯେଉଁଟାକୁ ମୁଁ ଉଦ୍ଧାର କରି କହୁଛି ସେଇଟା କେଉଁଠୁ ଆସିଛି, ସେ ଲୋକ ବି ଜାଣିନି। ସେଇଟା ହେଉଛି ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟଜନକ କଥା। ଆମେ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଇଛୁ। ଧରି ନିଆଯାଉ କ'ଣ କେମିତି ହେଇଛି ମୁଁ କହିଦେଉଛି, ଖାଲି ବୁଝେଇ ଦେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଉଦାହରଣ ଦେଇ। ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ କଥାରେ କହୁଛୁ, ତା ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଲାଗ ନା, ସେ ଟିକିଏ କଥାରେ ଚିଡ଼ିଯିବ। ଗଙ୍ଗା ଥିଲେ, ଗଙ୍ଗା କହିଲେ ଥିବି, ଗାଙ୍ଗି କହିଲେ ଯିବି, ସେ ଏଇଭଳିଆ ଲୋକ। ସେ ଗାଙ୍ଗି କହିଲେ ପଳେଇବ। ଆରେ ଗଙ୍ଗା ଥିଲେ ଯିବି, ଗାଙ୍ଗି କହିଲେ ଯିବି, ସେ କେଉଁଠି ଆସିଲା? ସେ ମୂଳ ମହାଭାରତରେ ନାହିଁ, ସେ ସାରଳା ମହାଭାରତରୁ ଆସିଲା। ସାରଳା ମହାଭାରତରୁ ଆସିଲା। ଆମେ ପିଲାକୁ ଶୁଆଇ ପକାଇଲା ବେଳେ ଯେଉଁ ଗୀତ ଗାଉ, ଭୂତ ଆସିଲା ବୋଲି କହୁ, ଆମେ କହୁ ବାବନା ଭୂତ ଆସିବ। ବାବନା ଭୂତ କେଉଁଠି ଅଛି? କେଉଁଥିରେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ବାବନା ଭୂତ କଥା? ମୂଳରେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ସାରଳା ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ। ମୂଳ ମହାଭାରତରେ, ସଂସ୍କୃତ ମହାଭାରତରେ ବାବନା ଭୂତ କଥା ନାହିଁ। ଏମିତି ବହୁତ କଥା ଦେଖିବ, ବହୁତ କଥା ଦେଖିବ। ଯେମିତିକି ସେଟା ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି, ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଟିକେ କଥାରେ କୁହାଯାଏ, ଝିମିଟି ଖେଳରୁ ମହାଭାରତ ଶୁଣିଥିବ ପିଲା। ଗାଁରେ କହନ୍ତି ଝିମିଟି ଖେଳରୁ ମହାଭାରତ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଇଯିବ। ଆରେ ଝିମିଟି ଖେଳରୁ ମହାଭାରତ ଆରମ୍ଭ କେଉଁଠି ଆସିଲା? କେଉଁଠି ଅଛି ଏ କଥା? ଏ ମହାଭାରତର, ସାରଳା ଦାସଙ୍କ ମହାଭାରତର ଅଛି, ଆଉ କେଉଁଠି ନାହିଁ। ଝିମିଟି ଖେଳରୁ ମହାଭାରତ ହେଉଛି ସାରଳା ଦାସଙ୍କର ଅଛି। କ'ଣ ସାରଳା ଦାସ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି? ସାରଳା ଦାସ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି, କୌରବ 100 ଭାଇ, ପାଣ୍ଡବ 5 ଭାଇ, ଏମାନେ ଡାଳିମାଙ୍କୁଡ଼ି ଖେଳୁଥିଲେ। ଡାଳିମାଙ୍କୁଡ଼ ଯେ ଗଛରେ ଚଢ଼ିକି ଲୁଚିବା, ଗଛରେ ଯିବା ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଗଛକୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଚୋର ଜଣେ ହେବ ସେ ତାକୁ ଯାଇ ଛୁଇଁବ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଇତ୍ୟାଦି। ଯେତେବେଳେ କୌରବମାନେ ଗଛରେ ଚଢ଼ି ଲୁଚୁଥିଲେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଧରିବା ପାଇଁ ଛୁଇଁବା ପାଇଁ ଅନ୍ୟ କାହାରି ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ନେବାକୁ ପଡ଼ୁନଥିଲା। ଏକା ଭୀମ ସେ ଗଛରେ ଯାଇ ତାକୁ ହଲେଇ ଦେଉଥିଲା ଏବଂ ସମସ୍ତେ ଦୁର୍ଦ୍ଦାର ହେଇ ପଡ଼ିଯାଉଥିଲେ ତଳେ ଏବଂ ସେମାନେ ଚୋର ହେଉଥିଲେ। ଏହି ଖେଳକୁ କୁହାଯାଏ ଝିମିଟି ଖେଳ। ଏଇଟା ମହାଭାରତରେ ବର୍ଣ୍ଣନା କରାଯାଇଛି। ଏକଥା ଆମେ ବି ଏବେ ବି କହୁଛୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଜାଣିନୁ ଯେ ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ କଥାଟା କହୁଛୁ ସେ ମହାଭାରତରୁ ଆସିଛି। କେଉଁ ମହାଭାରତ? ଶାରଳା ମହାଭାରତ। ତେଣୁ ବହୁତ କଥା ଅଛି ଏମିତି, ଆମେ ଯଦି କରିବା ସେ ତ ରାତି ପାଇଯିବ ସରିବନି, ଏତେ କାହାଣୀ ଅଛି ସେଥିରେ। ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ଏତିକି କହିବି ଯେ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଭାଷା ଯେତେବେଳେ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡାର୍ଡ଼ ଭାଷା, ସାର୍ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡାର୍ଡ଼ ଭାଷା କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ, ଯେତେବେଳେ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡାର୍ଡ଼ ଭାଷା ହେଇଛି, ସେ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡାର୍ଡ଼ ଭାଷା ହେଲା ପରେ ଦେଖିବେ ସେ ରାମାୟଣ ମହାଭାରତ ୟାକୁ ସବୁ ଅନୁବାଦ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସବୁ ଭାଷାରେ। ଭାରତବର୍ଷର ସବୁ ଭାଷାରେ ଏଇଟା ଅନୁବାଦ ହେଇଛି। ତେଣୁ ଅନୁବାଦ କଳା ଆମ ପାଇଁ ନୂଆ ନୁହଁ, ଅନୁବାଦ କଳା ଆମ ପାଇଁ ବହୁ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ। ଆମ ପାଖରେ ସେ ଅନୁବାଦ କଳା ଅଛି, ଆମେ ଅନୁବାଦ କରି ଆସିଛୁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯେଉଁ ଅନୁବାଦ କଥା କୁହାହେଉଛି, ସାର୍ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ 10ଟି ପଏଣ୍ଟ କହୁଥିଲେ। ସେ ତାକୁ କହିଲା ବେଳେ ତା ଭିତରେ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ୍ ଥିଓରି କଥା ମଧ୍ୟ କହୁଥିଲେ। ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, ଆମର ଯଦି ପ୍ରାଚୀନ କାଳର ବା ମଧ୍ୟଯୁଗର ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଶ୍ରେଷ୍ଠ ଅନୁବାଦକ କିଏ ଥାଆନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ, ସେ ଅନୁବାଦ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସ। ସେ ମୂଳ ଭାଗବତକୁ ଅନୁବାଦ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ। ଏତେ ଚମତ୍କାର ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ସେ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଅନେକ ସ୍ଥଳରେ ମୂଳ ଯେଉଁ ଭାଗବତର ଯେଉଁ ତାର ଯେଉଁ କ୍ରିଏସନ୍, ତାର ଯେଉଁ କ୍ରିଏଟିଭ୍ ରଚନା, ତାକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଅତିକ୍ରାନ୍ତ କରି ହେଇଯାଇଛନ୍ତି, ତାକୁ ଟପି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ମୂଳ ଭାଗବତ, ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଭାଗବତ ଅପେକ୍ଷା ତାଙ୍କ ମହାଭାଗବତ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସଙ୍କ ଭାଗବତ ଆହୁରି ମଧୁର ହେଇଛି, ଆହୁରି ସୁନ୍ଦର ହେଇଛି, ଆହୁରି ସୁନ୍ଦର ପଦାବଳୀ ଭୂଷିତ ହେଇଛି। ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ହେଇଛି ଯେ ଆମେ ତ ଘରେ ଘରେ ପଢ଼ୁଛେ। ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ହେଇଛି ଆମେ ତ ଘରେ ଘରେ ପଢ଼ୁଛେ। ଆମେ ତାକୁ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରିଛୁ ଏକ ଧର୍ମଶାସ୍ତ୍ର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଜାତିର ଏକ ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ। ତେଣୁ ଅନୁବାଦ କେତେ ପୁରୁଣା ଏବଂ କେମିତି ଆମର ରକ୍ତେ ରକ୍ତେ ଅଛି, ଆମ ରକ୍ତ ଭିତରେ ଅଛି ସେ ଅନୁବାଦ। ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସଙ୍କ ଭାଗବତ ଆମ ରକ୍ତ ଭିତରେ ଅଛି। ପ୍ରତି ଗାଁରେ ଏବେ ବି ମଧ୍ୟ ଅଛି ଭାଗବତ ଟୁଙ୍ଗି, ସେଠି ଭାଗବତ ଗ୍ରନ୍ଥ ରଖା ହେଇଛି, ପୂଜା ହେଉଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଅନୁବାଦକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ପୂଜା କରି ଆସିଛୁ, ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମେ ସମ୍ମାନ ଦେଇ ଆସିଛୁ। ତେଣୁ ଅନୁବାଦ କରିବା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସ କ'ଣ କେଉଁ ଥିଓରି ପଢ଼ିଥିଲେ? ଥିଓରି ପଢ଼ିନଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଧୁନିକ କାଳର ଯେଉଁ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହେଉଛି, ଆଧୁନିକ କାଳରେ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରକାର ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ଆମେ ସଠିକ୍ ଭାବେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରିବା, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଭାଷାରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରିବା, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଟାର୍ଗେଟେଡ୍ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ୍ରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରିବା, ସେତେବେଳେ ଆମକୁ ସାର୍ ଯେଉଁ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ 10ଟି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ନିହାତି ଦରକାର। ଆମେ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିଲା ବେଳେ, ମୁଁ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିଲା ବେଳେ, ପୋଷ୍ଟ ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ୍ କଲାବେଳେ କେତେ 50-52 ବର୍ଷ ହେଇଗଲା, 52 ଇୟର୍ସ। 52 ଇୟର୍ସ ବେଳେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ପୋଷ୍ଟ ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ୍ ପଢ଼ୁଥିଲି, ସେତେବେଳେ ଅନୁବାଦ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ସବଜେକ୍ଟ ବି ନଥିଲା। ଅନୁବାଦ ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ 100 ମାର୍କ ମଧ୍ୟ ନଥିଲା, କିଛି ମାର୍କ ଥିଲା, 30-40 ମାର୍କର ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଟେ ଆସୁଥିଲା ଅନୁବାଦ କଳା ଉପରେ, ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଉପରେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଏବେ ଅନୁବାଦ ଗୋଟେ ଫୁଲ୍ ଫ୍ଲେଜେଡ୍ ସବଜେକ୍ଟ। ଯେମିତି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପଢ଼ା ହେଉଛି, ଇଂରାଜୀ ପଢ଼ା ହେଉଛି, ଲିଙ୍ଗୁଇଷ୍ଟିକ୍ ପଢ଼ା ହେଉଛି, ସେମିତି ଅନୁବାଦ କଳା ବା ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ମଧ୍ୟ ପିଜି ସ୍ତରରେ ଏକ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ସବଜେକ୍ଟ ରୂପେ ଆବିର୍ଭୂତ ହୋଇଛି, ବ୍ୟବହାର ହେଉଛି। ଏବେ ଯେଉଁ ଖୋଲାଯାଇଛି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ଆମର, ସେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରେ ଅନୁବାଦ ମଧ୍ୟ ସବଜେକ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ତାର ଚାଲିଛି, ତିଆରି ଚାଲିଛି। ଏବେ ଯେଉଁ ନୂଆ ବର୍ଷ ଆସିବ, ସେ ନୂଆ ବର୍ଷରେ ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଉପରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଡ଼ମିସନ୍ ହେବ। କେଉଁଟା? ଓଡ଼ିଆ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଚାଲିଛି, ତିଆରି ହେଇକରି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ 4-5 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲାଣି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ କରୁଛି। ତେଣୁ ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ଆମେ ଜାଣିବା ଦରକାର। ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ଅନୁବାଦ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ଜାଣିବା ବା ଅନୁବାଦ କଳାକୁ ଯଦି ଆମେ ସାଧନ କରିପାରିବା, ତାହେଲେ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଭାଷାର ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ अन्य भाषा अनुवादित करी पहुँचाई पारिबा। तेणु अनुवाद कला कौन हम ना दीटा साहित्य भितर दीटा सभ्यता भितर दीटा संस्कृति भितर दीटा लोक मान भितर दुई वर्गर लोक मान भितर से गोटे ब्रिज भाया काम कर जोटा कहगला सार ताको व्याख्या करुले भोकाल फॉर लोकल नरेंद्र मोदी ए कथाटा ये स्लोगानटा आरंभ कर से भोकाल फॉर लोकल जो कहते से मुख्यतः अर्थनैतिक पॉइंट दृष्टि अर्थनैतिक आभिमुख्य को आखि आगे रखी से आमर जो लोकल प्रोडक्ट से केमती बाजार बिक्री हम तार केमती इंटरनेशनल मार्केट को जीव बाहर को केमती जीव तापे आम प्रयास करवा उचित। ठीक सही भाया आम लिटरेचर आमर लोकल प्रोडक्ट आम लिटरेचर आमर लोकल प्रोडक्ट से लोकल प्रोडक्ट बाहर को जीवा दरकार आम साहित्य बाहर को जीवा दरकार आम साहित्य यदि बाहर को न जीव ताले आम साहित्य को लोक मैंने जानीपर ना अनुवाद साहित्यर पोजिशन कौन तार स्टेटस कौन से विषय सार गोटे उदाहरण देले गोटे कहले प्रकाशित साहित्यर मात्र 2.3 भाग अनुवाद साहित्य प्रकाश पाउथिबा साहित्य को आम जदि 100 बोली धरिबा तार अनुवाद होची केते 2.3% मात्र 2.3 भाग। तेणु या बढ़ाया पड़ो 100टा बही 2टा बही एमती कहले भी पिला भल भाई बुझे तेणु या पढ़ाया पड़ो या बढ़ेवा पड़ो कारण आमे जदि बढ़ेवा पारिबा नाही ताहले इंग्राजी रे को प्रकार अमूल्य संपद साहित्य सृष्टि कराई फरासी भाषा कौन सृष्टि कराई जर्मन भाषा कौन है जापान भाषा कौन है चीन भाषा कौन है जापर यहाँ सरकार कर्तव्य हवा उचित यहाँ सरकार कर्तव्य हवा उचित। आम जानवे केवल गोटे देशर सरकार जे कि अनुवाद साहित्य पर गुरुत्व दौला एवं तार सबुजाक साहित्य को से स्वतंत्र भाव अनुवाद मान को रखी ताको प्रकाश करुला से हूँ रूस देश जो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ सोविएट सोशलिस्टिक रिपब्लिक ऑफ सोविएट यूनियन थिला सेते बेले रूस भाषा रे स्वतंत्र भाव अनुवाद करने एक ऑफिस खोलाई एक कार्यालय खोलाई से लोक मैंने नियुक्ति पाउथिले एवं से आमर जड़े ओडिशा रू जाइकरी वैष्णव चरण परिड़ा जे पार्लियामेंट मेंबर थिले फेरी आसवा पर से वैष्णव चरण परिड़ा से चाकरी करथिले तांकर कार्य थिला केवल गोटे कथा दिन राति 24 घंटा से केवल रशियन लिटरेचर को ओडिया रे अनुवाद करेंगे। आज देख आज अति कम 100टा भल्यूम बाहर 100 प्रकार एडिकेट बही सब 100टा बाहर गोटे नुड़ी 100टा जहाँ को वैष्णव परिड़ा ही अनुवाद करछन्ते एवं रशियन लिटरेचर से ओडिया लिटरेचर होइछ खाली ओडिया लिटरेचर नुह भारतर सबू भाषा से अनुवाद करछन्ते। तेणु रूसर जो साहित्य रूस भाषा जो रचित साहित्य से वर्तमान सारा पृथ्वी रे सबू भाषा रे अनुवादित ही सरी आम ओडिया सरकार करवा उचित ना ओडिया सरकार करवा उचित। ओडिया सरकार ओडिशा रे जो खूब उच्च कोटीर साहित्य सृष्टि करा जाइछि जमती सार कहते ही इज ए ग्रेट सन ऑफ ए ग्रेट मदर विद्युत प्रभा देवी अति सुंदर साहित्य सृष्टि कर कल्पना करें साहित्य न पढ़िले से साहित्य अनेक परिमाण रे बड़ बड़ जो मैंने प्रतिष्ठित कवि से साहित्य को अतिक्रांत अतिक्रमण कर सुंदर साहित्य सृष्टि कर आम पिला माने जानी ना कारण टेक्स्ट बही कौन कविता एपर्यंत स्थानित ही नहीं जहाँ फल आम विद्युत प्रभा देवी को जानूना। तेणु सरकार दिगरे आगे आसा उचित। सरकार अनुवाद साहित्य सृष्टि करिया ओडिया को अन्य भाषार अनुवाद करेंगे एथिपाई प्रयास करने उचित एवं ओडिया साहित्यर जो उच्चांग साहित्य अच्छी से सबू साहित्यर अनुवाद ही बाहर को जावा उचित। एभली कि मो सम्मुख जो सार बस तुम पढ़ीच ना पिले सार को डॉक्टर रामचंद्र बेहरा का गल्प तुम तो गल्प न पढ़े केन्द्र साहित्य अकाडेमी पुरस्कार पाई तुम न पढ़ीच तुम हूँ हतभागा एवं हतभागिनी अरे पढ़ ये सार को बही मार्केट किणिक पढ़ चमत्कार गल्प ना से केंद्र साहित्य एकाडेमी पुरस्कार कौन मिछर मिलला केंद्र साहित्य एकाडेमी केमी पुरस्कार देला भारत वर्ष जिते लेखक अच्छा ता भर से विभाग से वर्ष से श्रेष्ठ तेणु श्रेष्ठ हेले बोली तो पाइले ना कि आमे आमर पाखरे थिबा सार को जाने सार को गल्प को जाने तांका गल्प अन्न भाषार अनुवादित हो अन्न लोक जानिले आमे किंतु जानिने तेणु तांको भाषा पढ़ तांको लेखा पढ़ तेणु सार को लेखा अनुवाद सरकार दायित्व नवा उचित ताको इंग्राजी रे ट्रांसलेट करके इंग्लैंड पठेबा उचित इंग्लैंड लोक मैंने जानतु जे सार कौ भाया गल्प लिखिं खाली आम तांकरी गल्प पढ़ुतु से आम गल्प पढ़ेनि ना सेमती हेनी एटा 2 वे सिस्टम हम आम साहित्य पढ़ू सी आम साहित्य पढ़ तेणु आज ये दिगरे जो उद्यम कर मोर यार शुभकामना करुच्ची एटी सफल आलोचना हो एवं यही आलोचना को केंद्र करी यही आलोचनार माध्यम रे आमर किसी अध्यापक बा किसी पिला चेष्टा करंतु आम भाषार गोटे बही को अन्य भाषार अनुवाद करेंगे कि अन्य गोटे भाषा को आम ओडिया रे अनुवाद करेंगे जो माने बंगला जानी हिंदी जानी हिंदी बहीटा तो सहज अनुवाद कर ना कर मु गला 12 वर्ष धरी हिंदी रू अनुवाद कर आसुची फॉर लास्ट 12 इयर्स किंतु मु कौन साहित्य अनुवाद करू नहीं मु केवल अनुवाद करुच्ची प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को भाषण एवं अमित शाह को भाषण कारण जो मैगजीन कहगला जार मो मुख्य अच्छी संपादक से केवल मोदी भाषण अमित शाह को भाषण छड़ा किसी बाहर नहीं जहाँ बाहर से हूँ केंद्र सरकार कार्यक्रम एवं आम नुआ सरकार गढ़ीचु आम नुआ सरकार गढ़ीचु ये तेणु नुआ सरकार कथा किसी बाहर तेणु आउ थे एभली एक सारस्वत मध्याह्न मत अनुवाद विषय किसी कह सुजोग देथिबारु मु प्रिंसिपाल महोदय को धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी आउ सेमिनार चार्ज जे वर्तमान सार तो कहीदे मोर कन्या मो झी है ताको मु धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी आ सबू सार मान धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी सब जिते सार अच्छे समस्त को धन्यवाद जनाऊँ मो आगे मतलब मनोरंजन सार बस धन्यवाद जनाऊँ आ तुम पिला माने समस्त को धन्यवाद जनाऊँ आ अनुरोध करुच्ची किसी गोटे कर डू समथिंग चुपचाप भाषण शुणिक पढ़ाओ नहीं चेष्टा कर तुम चाहिए सब कर येस आई कैन डू जदि यही भाया गोटे मेंटालिटी तुम निज भितर रख येस आई कैन डू निश्चित भाव यू कैन डू तेणु मुझे शुभेच्छा जनाऊँगी तुम्हें भी जड़े जड़े अनुवादक हो ओडिया भाषा को विश्व दरबार में पहुँचाओ एवं विश्वर विशिष्ट साहित्यकार मान कथा को ओडिया भाषा में पहुँचाओ यही शुभेच्छा जन मोर वक्तव्य सांग करुच्ची धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Malik. Your words would definitely go with us for a long time after your speech. The Reverend Chief Speaker also began his address in Odia, powerfully affirming the importance of the mother tongue. He traced the emergence of different Indian languages and highlighted the fundamental role of translation in this process, citing the Ramayana and the Mahabharata as among the earliest translation works that shaped regional literary cultures. He critically questioned the supremacy of English and emphasized that all languages in the world are equally significant. Stressing that language precedes the nation, he observed that national identities are formed and named through language. He further underscored the urgent need for more translation work, citing Russia as the leading example with the highest volumes of translation in global. Importantly, I would like to add, because you representing the power of this state, of this nation, I would like to add that the higher education text must be first made available in local languages. If the mother tongue is to be genuinely valued and sustained. That's my plea from the intellectual mind present here. Thank you very much for this illuminating session. Now we are on time. Thank you very much for all the speakers. We are genuinely on time, and that's a good sign. So it's time to release the souvenir. We in fact have got 32 scholarly papers for this seminar, and those have been compiled in our book, and this is the time to release the book. I request all the eminent guests to take the pain of standing and release the book. This book carries 32 scholarly abstracts along with some important messages of the power bearers of this state that Dr. Purvasa has taken the pain to collect it with her hard work. She, in fact, in the meantime, she was running to collect the messages. I could know that, that's why I'm saying. So thank you very much for having this beautiful messages from all those power bearers of this nation. And I also would like to request Professor Ramachandra Behera if he could take a little pain to come to the dais and be with us on this moment so that we could frame with you the book. Could you please, you can beat me later. I'll show you my back. You can do whatever you like if you don't mind, please, sir. Could you please take the pain? And I also would like to request Professor Saroj Mahananda, who is very much present here. Sir, I'm ready. Whenever you say, I'll take the appointment and I'll go to you. I'll show my back and you again also. Please, please, I take my pardon to request you. Kindly join us on the stage. And also Major Manoranjan Mahanti, sir. Professor Tapan Pati and Shimi madam. Madam, please join us. It'll be a great pleasure with you, having you on the stage. You have taken all the pain to come here. We won't let you go without having a frame with a souvenir. We kindly request everyone to join us on stage. Volunteers, I request somebody to go and escort our principal, sir. We don't want to miss him. This is a very important occasion. We want him on the stage right now. Volunteers, some of you could please go and escort him. Some of you please hurriedly go and escort him. We need to take a little pause. We don't want to miss the important person on this occasion. We would very much like to be him on the frame while releasing the souvenir. And I hope our students would come much earlier. We are waiting for you, Principal Sir. We don't want to miss you this occasion. We would very much like to include you in the photo frame while releasing the souvenir. Our Principal Sir, he is approaching to the dais. I request him to join us on the dais.
grand success.
Thank you very much, everyone. I take it great pleasure when Ramachandra Behera sir is turning the pages and looking at the souvenir. I take the great pleasure of looking at him, watching after it. Thank you very much. Yeah, he in fact had in fact told me before coming here that I would just sit in the audience. You would never ask me anything to do. I take my pardon that I pressurized him to come on the dais. But what could I do, sir? I cannot frame this moment without you. Thank you very much. I'd like to request all our guests to kindly take their seat. We still have a few moments to call it a day for the session. Our guests are requested to kindly take their seat. Well, all the important speech and address of the session is over, but something very important is waiting for us. We express our heartfelt gratitude to all our eminent intellectual minds for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion with their inspiring presence. Your words and example have sown seeds of thought that will continue to grow long after today. May the light you have shared today continue to guide us in all our endeavors. Well, no academic gathering is complete without acknowledging the collective effort and goodwill behind it. So at this juncture, we take the moment to express our heartfelt thanks. May I now invite Madam Sujata Sorangi, she is from the Department of English, to deliver a formal vote of thanks, without which the effort would be incomplete. So, Madam, I request you to present a formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Principal Sir, respected guest of honor, Dr. Sachidanand Mohanty Sir, respected our Chief Speaker, Professor Purnachandra Malik Sir, our RUSA Coordinator Ranjit Sir, Head of the Department Dr. Purbasa Priyadarshini Madam, Mr. Achindananda Maharana Sir, Dr. Prabhamoyi Samantray, and Professor Manoranjan Mohanty Sir, Tapan Sir, Dr. Ramachandra Behera Sir, Smita Madam, and all the distinguished guests, those who are present on the dais and off the dais. I really feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on the special occasion of our two-day national seminar on the topic Vocal for Local, Reimagining Literature and Translation in the 21st Century. First of all, I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all the program advisory committee members and the invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and their support to save the conference and to make the conference a successful one. On the behalf of our Department of English, I convey deep regards and a hearty thanks to our Principal Sir, the patron of this college, Professor Shantanu Kumar Jena Sir, for his constant support and guidance to make this event a successful one. Then I would like to thank our beloved Head of the Department, Dr. Purbasa Priyadarshini Madam, for her constant help and guidance that radiated a kind of source energy within us to make this event a successful one. My heartfelt thanks to our Dr. Dipti Roy Madam, IQSC Coordinator, the head of the Department of Economics of Kendrapara Autonomous College, for being here with us today and giving us her valuable time. I also thank to to Mr. Achyutananda Maharana sir, lecturer of English, Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College, for his wonderful guest introduction. I would also like to express my appreciation for Mr. Ranjit Kumar Das sir, who is the coordinator of RUSA and IDP, Reader in Physics, Kendrapara Autonomous College, for supporting us to make this event a successful one. And I express my gratitude for Professor Purnachandra Malik sir, who is the chief guest, who is the chief editor of the journal. The journal name is BJP Bharat, and who is also the former professor of the Government College Bargarh. And sir talked about your Sarala Sahitya, and sir also talked about how to promote our Odia literature in the worldwide and in the national and global sphere. Sir also talked about, I think that sir speech most create a kind of interest and encourage our student to read Odia literature. Sir, your speech was really very thought-provoking and it really made us think, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful speech. I would also like to thank Dr. Sachidananda Mohanty, sir, who is the member of UGC National Fellowship and former VC of your Central University, Koraput, Odisha, and former head of the Department of English of Hyderabad University. As Purnachandra sir had already told that sir is the greatest son of the greatest writer, greatest mother. And your speech was truly inspiring, sir. It kept us spellbound and it inspired us, and I am sure a lot of things is going to come after that speech. I express my gratitude for such an inspiring speech, sir. Then I would like to thank to all the delegates present here, to all the students, all my dear students, and all the former and our retired faculty members, and all the non-teaching staffs, like your Dr. Ramachandra Brehera sir, who is a very prolific writer, and our Manoranjan Mohanty sir, who was also the former head of the Department of English, our Kendrapara Autonomous College, and Tapan sir, who was also the former faculty of History Department of this college, and Smita madam and Saroj Mahananda sir. Particularly, I would like to thank to Dr. Prabhamai Samantrai for her cooperation. My sincere thanks to also all the sponsoring committees like NALCO and your Odisha Sahitya Day Academy. In conclusion, I would like to say that this event would not have been possible without the support and hard work of each and everyone, those who are present here. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate everyone who tirelessly worked behind the stage in making this event a successful one. Lastly, but importantly, I would like to thank all of you for being present here and giving your valuable time and making this event a very successful one and making this event a memorable one. Thank you all, everyone, once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite and request our respected guests, participants, speakers, media persons, students, and all the staff members of this prestigious institution to join us for lunch as this inaugural session is over. We request you to kindly be back by 2:30, sharp 2:30, as we resume with our technical session with promises equally engaging discussions. So everybody, please kindly join us for lunch. everybody, ladies and gentlemen, our venue for lunch is Gandhi Bhavan. I hope everybody knows that.
Come and join us on the dais first. Next, I would like to call Dr. Saroj Mahanand sir, Professor, Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Next, I would like to call upon the dais Major Manoranjan Mohanty, former principal, Rajnagar College, Rajnagar, who has been the former head of the Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College. Gathering here again in the same hall where we celebrated and discussed about our regional literatures and translations. It is an honor to open this technical session of the national seminar, and as we navigate the globalized era, the Vocal for Local movement serves as a vital catalyst for reclaiming indigenous narratives and centering marginalized voices. This session explores how translations acts not merely as a linguistic bridge, but as a political act of preservation and cultural reimagining. By spotlighting regional aesthetics and vernacular wisdom, our presenters today will examine the transformative power of the local literature and the regional literatures in shaping a more inclusive literary landscape. Now, I invite Dr. Prabhamai Samantrai ma'am to give the plenary address for this technical session, and we declare the technical session open, and after this, we will be having our presenters with us shortly. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much, Sucheta ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, in this post-lunch session. It a little delayed, 20 minutes delayed. We had to see off two of our eminent guests. Well, without taking much of your time, I would jump directly on the topic. I would discuss about the things that Professor Sachidananda sir has already touched and pointed and discussed those points, that theoretical aspect of translation, which is very important if you want to be a translator. I would discuss on that, and of course I have taken 2-3 books that have been already translated in Odia, and I'll discuss the nuances and give a little bit of examples. That's what I'm going to do. I'll take hardly 30 minutes. So what is a translator? I would say my thing, it'll be a very befitting thing, vocal for local, reimagining literature and translation in 21st century. So before jumping to this topic, I would like to let you know what is a translator. In fact, you know, when you tie the hands and legs of a person and push him to the pool and ask him to swim, it's a very difficult job. He cannot swim. He has very restrictions. He would try a lot to come back to the shore. That is the job, I think, is of the translator. The first-hand author, the author has all kinds of liberty. He has the liberty to choose the genre, to choose the topic, the context, the characters, the themes, the chapters, the scenes, the acts, the narration, the explanation, everything. He can choose anything. But a translator's job is very restricted. He needs to be in the scope, in the boundary, and then create something as beautiful as the original text. So I think translator's job is more important, more difficult than the author. But the regret is that we don't give that much of respect to the translator. Translator is, in fact, it's considered as a second-hand writer. They're not given that due. We don't value the translator. We see who's the first author, who's the author who has written the book, rather than who is the translator. I have translated a few of the poetry collections from Hindi to Odia, but the credit, most of the time, the credit goes to the author. So that's what I have felt, that the translators need to be given justice. It's a very important work, because through translation you come to know about Russia, about Italy, about the different parts of the globe. Without translation, it's not easy to know those literatures, those cultures, or Enlightenment, or the Renaissance is very difficult. So that is the role of, that is the function of, that is the person who we could say translator. And what translation is, as Sachi sir said, before jumping into translation, you need to have the theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge, in fact, sharpen your work. Without knowing that theory, if you go for doing the translation, that would not be a kind of justified work. You cannot cannot give justice to that work. So I will in a nutshell tell about some theories, post-colonial theories that especially inspired me. And the first first theorist is André Lefebvre. André Lefebvre, he is a man from Belgium. He was born in 1945 and died in 1996. In fact, he argues that translation is not a neutral linguistic activity. Instead, he defines translation is a form of rewriting. Translation is a form of rewriting. He, in fact, is talking how is the translation nowadays. He, in fact, is talking about the controlling factors of rewriting. Which factors control the rewriting process? And the core idea is all translations are rewriting of an original text shaped by ideology, politics, and power. These three things, in fact, color the rewriting process. That means a translated text does not simply transfer meaning, but reconstructs the source text according to the cultural, political, and literary norms of the target society. The target society comes to the center. So the three things that he stressed upon, that is ideology, poetics, and power. The first thing is ideology, and these I am talking about the controlling factors of rewriting. Ideology, how does it control rewriting? In ideology, you would find political beliefs, moral values, religious views, gender norms. Sometimes the translator may suppress ideas that clash the dominant ideology. When you choose a target language, sometimes the translator suppresses the ideas of the source language that clash with the dominant ideology in the target language. And what he does, highlights the ideas that support it. Sometimes that controls the rewriting process. And what about poetics? Poetics like genre expectations, narrative style, language register, and themes. What happens sometimes, translator may modify a form or style, adapt metaphors and narrative techniques also, like an experimental feminist novel may be rewritten into a very traditional narrative to suit the mainstream readership. Many of the times, a vibrant voice from the source text is changed to a traditional narrative technique in the target text so that it could be readable, it could be accepted by the reading public of the target language. That's what sometimes is done. And then he talks about power or patronage. Patronage you would see like publishers, institutions, governments, religious bodies, funding agencies, where you get the fund to do the translation. In fact, they control a lot of things. They decide what gets translated. They also decide how it gets translated. They also decide whether it is going to be published or not. So they control everything. Example, if a state-sponsored translation work is done, the translator may omit the subversive anti-national elements. If the fund has come from the nation-sponsored bodies, then that translation would obviously avoid the anti-national elements. That may be vibrant, that may be the spirit of the text, but that is subsided. Then what this kind of rewriting, what does it make? It sometimes creates canon formation. A canon is formatted because through translation, some authors become classic. Some authors are so highlighted that they are treated like classic writers and their creations are treated as classic text. And others remain invisible. So they created a canon. And what they do, sometimes they also do a kind of marginalization of voices. Like you could say the subaltern voices, subsiding the dominant voices of the text into the target language. And what they do, he also talks about the construction of literary history. We form a kind of history that we want to read, not the exact history. not the equivalent thing represented in the target language. That is, he is talking these things control in the process of rewriting. Then another theorist, I would say Lawrence Venuti, that Sachi sir was also talking about. Three important things are there I would very much like to discuss. He in fact introduces the concepts of domestication, foreignization, and these two terms he used for translation, and how it gives the position to translator, the text and the target culture. What position translation gives to the translator, to the text and the target culture. And at the center of Venuti's theory, there is the critique of translator's invisibility, another important word, invisibility of the translator. So the first thing, domestication. What is domestication? I'll make it very clear. Domestication means you make it like at your home. When you read an American text in Odia, you find everything like Odia culture. You think that the text has been written in Odia firsthand. Or when an English reader reads an Odia text in English, he feels like it is firsthand written in English, not in Odia. That is domestication. You kill all the cultural, literary, traditional nuances, make it domesticated, make it reader friendly, make it widely accepted. That is domestication. You make it popular, make it well accepted. You kill all the stiffness. That is domestication. So domestication makes the text read fluently, naturally in the target language. When you read, you feel like it's been written in that language itself. It's very fluent, it's very natural. It adapts cultural references to familiar norms. The cultural differences has been changed to familiar norms. When something is translated from Odia to English, to make the English reader understand what cultural nuances Odia literature has, they use certain words that the English people could easily understand. And in that way, they kill the Odia essence. And what they do, they minimizes the foreignness of the source text. Foreignness, do you understand? What is not familiar to you. They kill that foreignness of the source language text to the target language. And then what are the features? It makes the translation smooth, transparent language, culture substitution, and then familiar idioms, expressions are used, reader friendly. These you could find when domestication is happening in translation. Very easy, very popular, very accepted, nothing is difficult there. You find the text itself is written in the target language in the first hand Ajib. But what do you do by doing that domestication? It erases cultural differences. People, reader don't come to know that Odia is also a culture. Russian literature has also a different culture than Anglo-American region. Russia, in the different parts of the globe, they have different cultures. We don't come to know if we always go on explaining everything in English. I'll tell you one thing. Recently, a scholarly paper about Baldevju temple tradition has got accepted in Oxford University. Why? I'll let you know. Before getting accepted in Oxford University, that journal paper has already been rejected many times in Odisha and different parts of India. But it got selected in Oxford University. Why? Because they are not acquainted with the temple culture, and especially of Odisha and then Baldevju temple. That's why that's a very new thing, westernization. This is a different thing, and that got selected. So you need to keep that genuineness of your culture. But when you do domestication, you kill that. You erase all cultural differences. It reinforces dominant cultural values. Especially, we value the Anglo-American norms. We always, since the time immemorial, when translation is done, we always consider that English translation is the best translation. And we always try to make the English readers know that everything is according to them. No, everything is not according to them. There are different parts of the globe still existing. They have different cultures, they have different languages, and they are equally or even better than English culture or Anglo-American norms, values, cultures, what you could say. So we need to retain that. And what is it that? It makes the translator invisible. Translator's job, I said, is a very difficult job. Very difficult job because you don't have any liberty, any freedom. And being in constraints, you have to create something beautiful. And your job, your effort, your work is not visible. You are considered like you have written in target language. So when we do domestication of our work, translation, it makes the translator invisible. He is not credited the due that he has done. And then what foreignization means? It preserves the strangeness of the source text, retains all cultural markers, idioms, syntax, makes the reader aware of cultural differences. What then exactly happens? The readers, in fact, they are moved towards the source culture, not the other way around. They would be more inquisitive to know about the source text, their culture, rather than focusing on the target culture. In that way, you would focus on your own culture. So what are the features? Retention of source cultural terms. Cultural terms would be remain as it is sometimes. It sometimes become non-fluent, slightly resistant language, slightly difficult for the readers, especially of English, to read. But that difficulty is very befitting, because if you want to know a literature, you need to know its culture, its tradition, its values, its belief, its philosophy, many things you need to know to understand a particular text and the writer's perspective. That is the job of a reader to know. And it shows the cultural specificity. Your culture has its own norms, it would be shown. Visibility of the translator. The translator's work is visible. He is given the due as a translator. He has done this difficult work, and he's been awarded, or he's been accepted as a translator. He's been given the due that he has done that work. So what exactly Venuti advocates in foreignness? That as a translator, you need to keep foreignization. And it is an ethical choice, a resistance to cultural dominance, a way to respect marginalized cultures. Marginalized cultures, you know, many traditional tribal cultures are there, minority culture are there, many subaltern people are there. Their voices are totally mute. They are not given a chance to speak. Those voices need to be retained exactly as it is. So Venuti says that fluency equal to invisibility, and invisibility hides the translator's labor and ideology. So foreignization should be retained. What it would do, it would break the fluency, but acknowledge the differences in between the cultures, in between the two languages, in between the two sections, two parts of the nations. And challenging reader comfort. It may not be that easy for you to understand. You know, the first time I read Anna Karenina, first 50 pages, I had to struggle to remember that this name is a boy's name, this name is a girl's name, and this is his wife, this is his husband. First 50 pages, if you could resist, then you would enjoy the thick book. Anna Karenina is a beautiful story. But only if you resist the 50 pages, you would enjoy the story. That 50 pages is a struggling period. Because from my point was, from their name, I was not clear who's the girl and who's the boy. In our culture, Kunu, Munu, Runu, Dhunu, you could easily understand who's a girl and who's a boy. But they're having such names, I don't realize what is the boy's name, what is the girl's name. That was my difficulty. I had to struggle for first 30 to 50 pages, and then it was a point to enjoy. And then I would go to the most popular voice in post-colonial translation studies, that is Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak. She exactly is not a technical theorist talking about how to do translation, but she in fact talked about why to do translation and for whom we translate. These two things she talked about. And the core idea is translation is an ethical responsibility. She stressed on the word ethical responsibility. For Spivak, translation is an intimate ethical act, not a neutral transfer of meaning. And translation must listen to the text, not dominate it. You need not dominate the text. You need to know and listen the voice of the text. So a translator's duty is, responsibility is towards the author, the language, the cultural other, and she is talking about the subaltern, especially women. So these 3-4 sections need to be taken into account while doing the translation. The author need to be taken into account, the language, the cultural other, especially the subaltern women. And she talked about the intimate reading as an ethical practice. Before doing a translation, a translator must be slow, patient, and intimate reader. Because you need to pay attention to the syntax, to the rhetoric, to the silence, important word, silence, pause, waiting. Those 3 things, in fact, I omitted most of the time in translations. You need to pay attention to the syntax, to the rhetoric, to the silence, to the metaphors, to the emotional and cultural nuances. Then only you could translate those things to the target language. What else you need to have? You need to have perfect knowledge in source language. And then you need to know the literary traditions of the source language, the gendered idioms of the source language. Without knowing this, if you go for translating, she says that you are committing ethical violence. Without this knowledge, if you go for translating, you are committing ethical violence. So she criticizes that translation is not merely a text accessibility, or it is not the dominance of the global or imperial or Anglo-American language or anything else, or market-driven translation of post-colonial literature. Many of the times the translator, in fact, focus on the thing that would easily be accepted in the target language and does the translation that way. No, that should not be the way of the translation. And Spivak famously asked her famous question, can the subaltern speak? The first early version came in 1985 and the standard version came in 1988. So in translation, the answer is yes, the subaltern can speak, but often her voice is made elite or sanitized. She can speak, but her voice is often made elite and sanitized. She is not given a particularly chance to be heard. Mark my word, to be heard. Subaltern voices are not particularly to be heard. And what is the positive points of being heard and what is the consequences of not being heard? I'll let you know. I'll tell you one interview of Meghan Markle. You know the Meghan Markle, important actor of American TV, Bollywood, Hollywood industry. She is an activist, she is a feminist, she is an actor. She, in her interview, one of her interviews, she said about one of the incidents that made her a feminist and an activist. I have told this story a few times, but still then it is a befitting time to repeat the story. So when she was in her school, they were watching a television program. And in that, during the program, there was an advertisement. And that advertisement was from the Procter & Gamble dishwashing liquid company. And the advertisement was like this. Women all over America are fighting with greasy pots and pans in the kitchen. 2 boys were there in her classroom. They smirked, they smiled, they said, yes, in the kitchen. That is the place the women belong to. She was hurt. She was deeply hurt. She was surprised, shocked. She went back to her home, she told her father, and her father suggested her, you need to write letters. So in her tiny mind of 11 years old, what she did, she thought to write letters to the influential people who were on power. And then she thought, if I want to make the influential people know, I must write letters to the ladies first. So her first letter was to the First Lady, Hillary Clinton, because Bill Clinton was the president of America during that time. She wrote letters to Hillary Clinton, to Linda Ellerby, to Clara Harris. These 3 women were sent letters. And also, she wrote a letter to the Procter & Gamble company. To her surprise, after 1 week, she got letters of appreciation from Hillary Clinton, Linda Ellerby, and Clara Harris. All 3 of them appreciated her job and sent a media to cover her story. And to her more surprise, after approximately 1 month, that are from the Procter & Gamble company got changed. From women all over America are fighting with greasy pots and pans in the kitchen to people all over America are fighting with greasy pots and pans in the kitchen, from women to people. So you could understand what is the importance of being heard. She realized that a tiny effort can bring a huge change. She realized that no attempt is less. She realized that yes, at this tiny age also I can be heard by the important people. I can be also a lesson to many people who could listen to me, my story, and get inspired. So that is the importance of being heard. You can bring big changes if you are being heard. It brought a consciousness in her that in her later age she became an activist, a feminist. That is the importance of being heard. And consequences of not being heard. I'll tell you one story. I forgot the name of the novel, but there is a girl who is from a joint family system. She has never gone to school alone. She has never eaten alone. She has never slept alone because she has many uncles and aunts, nieces and nephews at her home. Always one or two guests would be available in her home. She's always in the company. A girl never faced loneliness. And finally she got married to a software engineer who is working in Bangalore. After the marriage, the husband took the lady to Bangalore. And the husband goes to office from 7 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. in the evening. And what does the lady do? The lady has not got a chance in her life to sit alone. Here, throughout the day, she just sits at home, sleeps, watches TV, scrolls mobile phone, and nothing to do. And let me tell you that women are entitled to speak 2,000 to 3,000 more words in a day than men. That is biological structure. God has created women that they use more words, they speak more words than men. And you took a girl from a joint family to a very situation where nobody is there whom she could communicate. She is all alone throughout the day. And what does when the husband comes back at the evening? He comes back, he gets freshened up, have some tea or coffee, scrolls mobile phone, watches some TV, have some food, have some sex and sleep. That's what he does. So that lady never got a chance to express her emotion. So ultimately, she got very frequent visitor in social media, and there she got a man whom she got very much connected emotionally. The more she got connected with the man, the more she got detached from her husband. That is the consequences when somebody is not heard. Her issue was not that she was not having food or clothes. Her issue was my husband was not giving attention to me. He was not listening me. So not being heard is also a great consequences. You need to face that if you don't hear somebody. If you make somebody to be mute, mime, and don't give her a chance to speak, you need to face the consequences. So Gayatri Spivak talks about those things that subaltern people, especially women, need to be listened to. And with Gayatri Spivak, I would relate Seri Simon. Seri Simon is from Canada. She also works for gender and translation. And then Louis von Flotow. Louis von Flotow is a German-Canadian translator and author. Also a professor of translation studies at the University of Ottawa. They have also the same kind of theories about like Gayatri Spivak. And then I have 2-3 novels that I have read and found out the issues of translation. I have read Gambhiri Ghara, that's been written by Sarojini Sahu and translated by Mohendra Kumar Das. Jagyaseni, that is translated as Yagyaseni by Pradeep Bhattacharya, and Amada Bhatta Basant Kumari Patnaik has written, and English translation is done by Supriya Basant as Untrodden Path. What I find, good translation, but some Odia essence, spirit is missing there. You know, Gambhiri Ghara, I would first salute the lady, the author, choosing for such important context for her novel. In that story, you would find one man, one woman having a relationship beyond marriage. Both are married but to somebody else, but they are connected. Connected through letters, through emails, not physically. And that woman is Hindu, man is Muslim. And beyond that, to give you more surprise, that woman is Indian Hindu, man is Pakistani Muslim. It's a very challenging story. And that woman's name is Cookie. Cookie is married to Aniket, and they had a love marriage. But that marriage sustained, love vanished after the marriage. There is the marriage is very much alive for this society, but shattered and broken in spirit. And all those silence, all those pain, all those pause, all those waiting that Cookie had suffered, that essence somehow I find is missing. Many of the times her voices has been neutralized in translation. In fact, I would say I don't say that it's a good thing to have a relationship beyond marriage, but it's a kind of existential need, not sexual need or kind of erotic action. It's more existential, I find. She in fact is made realized that she is nobody. She is not a individual. She's just a mother, she's just a wife, she's just a daughter-in-law. And she is made to realize that she is insufficient. She is not enough to go to outside of home alone. She cannot do any work alone. She is insufficient. But with the relationship Safiq is the Muslim man. With relationship to Safiq, she realized that the problem that I have in my relationship, in my marriage, it's not because of me. It's because of the imbalanced marital status that we have. If you go on pushing somebody that you are of no worth, no value, she would one day realize that yes, I am of no value and no worth. And that in fact made her feel so inferior that she accepted everything as her fate, as her luck. I am insufficient to be a wife, I am insufficient to be a mother, I am insufficient to be a daughter-in-law. But only when she is heard, she is respected, she is listened to, she realized that the problems is not because of me, but because of the equal give and take, the equality, the imbalance, that thing is missing, her perception is missing in the translation. And then I would say Omada Bhatta, in fact, there are three important characters, Mohibo, Maya, Kaberi. There is a movie also. I don't think that the young kids might be watching that movie, but some of the great minds present here, I could expect that they have watched the movie. Three important women characters. Without them, the novel is incomplete. Novel cannot be completed. Mohibo, what she thinks, she in fact has internalized patriarchy. She thinks that this is the job of a lady, to look after the house, look after the husband, look after the kids. And if I go beyond that, that is against my duty. Dharma, or word dharma, she thinks that this is my dharma, I cannot go beyond that. Internalized patriarchy in her own blood. And then comes Maya. You see two perspectives of Maya, before marriage and after marriage. She is a revolt before marriage. She could voice, she could say, yes, I like this, yes, I don't like this. She could voice that. But after marriage, she is a completely changed lady. She has accepted her situation, her circumstances, not because of submission, but because of the respect to keep the house intact. She is fighting inside herself. There are much turmoil inside her, but you cannot see that turmoil, and that turmoil is missing in the translation, I find. Many of the times her voice is neutralized. Her anger, her suppression, her frustration has been neutralized in translation. And Kaberi is a very intellectual lady who in fact adapts and adjusts with situation, and she is a lady who has adjusted with the situation and made it as per her own need. So these three characters, I find that they are not given a proper justification in terms of emotional transformation, that I find the translators need to give importance. That's all about the all three stories. And I had thought about telling Ramachandra Behera sir's narrations, but he is not here. No need to say that. I have taken enough time. We have some more presenters also waiting. We also would like to listen to the two great minds present on the dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for throwing light on who exactly is a translator, and along with that also highlighting the importance of patronage and the need of the hour, that is paying some respect to the translators because they are not given their due. And I hope through the national seminar that we are organizing today on behalf of the English department, it is a plea to all, everyone who is present as the audience or the chairperson, the teachers, the students, that we bring about some change that has been highlighted in our inaugural session by our guests, that we bring about some change that is highlighting the role of translators, the due that we give to the root literature, the root language. The translators also deserve their due, the respect, and for bringing about the prospect that every literature has its own importance, but to reach the larger audience or to reach the larger number of people, translation is very much important. So now moving on to moving forward with the technical session, I would like to call Major Manoranjan Mohanty sir, a former principal Rajnagar College and who has also been the former head of the Department of English of this college. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I would expect all the audience present here to have a very patient hearing and also a patient listening. Let me start with one of my well-wishers, a very renowned economist of the state, Professor Baidyanath Mishra, former VC, Utkal University, Professor Economics, and also Chairperson of Finance Commission of Odisha. He had addressed me a letter that was a postcard, and the date was 8th November 2014, and I got that postcard after 6 months when I was here. And what he addressed in that postcard, and I treat it as the not less than Nobel Prize. And what was the address here? Manoranjan Babu, तुमको मु जानी नहीं, मते मध्य तुम्हें जानी नथिबो, तुमको जने छात्र भावी तमे बोली संबोधन करूछि, हुए तो भूल होई पारे, तमर अनुवादटी संवादरू पढ़िली, रविवार संवाद जो साहित्य पृष्ठ बाहर से अनुवादटा को पढ़ी सारिकी से मो पाखु चिठीटी लिखिथिले नवेम्बर 2014 तमर अनुवादटी संवाद मु पढ़ी भल लगिला, चॉइस ऑफ सिलेक्शन ऑफ द आर्टिकल उत्तम, अनुवाद मध्य भल, तुमको एतिक अनुरोध जे अनुवाद जारी रख, ये अभ्यास रहिले तमे जने उच्च कोटीर अनुवादक होई परिबो एवं पाठक माने मध्य एपरी अनुवाद पढ़ी खुशी हेबे। तुमर हिताकांक्षी प्रोफेसर बैद्यनाथ मिश्र। मुझे यहाँ को पढ़ी पिला आगरे, यहाँ भाई थिला एंटोन चेकअपकर द लैमेंट जो गपटा तांकर बहुत चर्चित गप द लैमेंट और द ग्रीफ तार मोर यहाँ थिला अनुवाद मो तार देइथिली शीर्षक दुख. I was listening very seriously to my former speaker, Dr. Samant Roy. Let me quote a very humorous, fascinating definition of translation given by John Lydgate in his book Theories of Translation. What is a translation? He defines translation is just like a mistress. If beautiful, not faithful. If faithful, not beautiful. It's very dangerous statement. Both the qualities of faithfulness and beautifulness. It's a great question for every translator. How to make the translation both faithful as well as beautiful. I recall the moment shared by Tagore in his memo, holding two books, I mean Gitanjali in Bengali and translated English Gitanjali in two hands after receiving Nobel Prize for Literature in 2013, and he threw away the English version. And he asked himself, what have I done for getting this Nobel Prize? Sheer aberration, distortion. I recall those two words. I repeat, sheer abortion, aberration, distortion. But he was awarded Nobel Prize. Point is, Mom was talking about the qualities of a translator. The role of a translator. He or she who has that proficiency in both source language and target language. And when we think of translating a text from source language to target, and our competence in phonology, morphology, syntax, and semantics, all the prosodic features, rhetoric aspects, it's not that easy. Let me share, in one tutorial classes, a student asked me to translate. 1992, when I was at Kendrapara College, अजागा घा देखी हुए नहीं कि देखे हुए नहीं. I am yet to translate. I surrender because I know the problem behind it. Impossible. Total translation one-to-one, impossible. Lydgate says the same thing. It's a process of transformation, no doubt about that. But then in the name of transformation, transforming, we very often forget the very culture behind, the emotion behind, in one of Sahitya Academy volume Indian literature, the journal, during the time of late Ramakant Rath was the president then. One of my poems was Kartika Brata, that was published there. Kartika Brata. I failed to translate words like Hobisiali, Mahaprasad. Look at. We can never translate words as rightly pointed out by Professor Mohanty, and giving respect to dialect, trying all efforts to take care of each and every dialect, not only the standard language, because we know dialect takes the form of a standard language, no doubt. But the importance of dialect, I know. If Fakir Mohan Senapati, I asked Professor Jatindra Monaik in Banivihar, sir, what is the title of your translated Chamana Ataguntu? Your title says 6 acres and a third. I think children sitting here, I repeat the title, 6 acres and a third. But that is not the correct measurement of 6 mana 8 गुंठ. जो माने जानिचंती मान केते गुंठ गुंठ केते डिसमिल से हिसाब रे करि गला बेलू को टाइटल टा मैच करू नाही. That was my question to Professor Naik, and he simply answered, it's okay, it's understood. Point is, we have to be very cautious. We have to be very honest. We have to be very faithful. So these are the qualities of a translator. Not in the name of getting any award or prize or any recognition, no. Think of the last stanza of Stopping by Woods on Snowy Evening of Robert Frost. The English version and its Odia. I equally appreciate its Odia translation. Odia anubadra bahut sundar heichi. Sundara jetiki andharo setiki ehi je gahana bana tenu tu apana ଅଟଳ ତେଣୁ ତୁ ଆପଣା ସଂକଳ୍ପେ ଅଟଳ ଅଚଳ ରହରେ ମନ. ଆଇ ରିପିଟ୍, ତେଣୁ ତୁ ଆପଣା ସଂକଳ୍ପେ ଅଟଳ ଅଚଳ ରହରେ ମନ. ଆଗରେ ପଡ଼ିଛି ପଥ ବହୁ ଦୂର, ଆହୁରି କେତେ ଯେ ବାକି, ଚାଲିବି ଚାଲିବି ନ ପଡ଼ିବି ଥକି, ମୁଦିବା ଆଗରୁ ଆଖି. Beautiful translation. I think here translation outwits or defeats the original lines of Frost. In my opinion, maybe personal, in my opinion, its Odia translation is better than the text English. Think of Madhusudan Rao's translation of William Cowper's The Solitude of Alexander Selkirk. Thanta morojati bihanga pakhya lange vishana giri samudra vakhya dekhanti bandhu jana mukha kamala santapita mana hruda sitala. What a beautiful translation. So why I am quoting, a translation must have that competence. I am repeating that word competence. In linguistic sense, rightly coined, used by Chomsky, competence. Both in source language and target language. Then translation will be both faithful and beautiful. I was listening to especially the keynote speaker in the very first session, and his long, very expansive lecture. And so far my observation concerned, yes, now in the context of the today's seminar's title, it's now a good news for the Indian translators. I started with Tagore, and we all know Tomb of Sand of Gitanjali is free, and winning International Booker Prize, but translated by an American lady, Daisy Rockwell. But now we are more happy to know Vanu Mustaq winning International Booker Prize, and her collection of stories translated not by a foreigner but by an Indian, Deepa Basti. My point is, translation not only a bridge, rightly pointed out by Professor Malik, it's not only a bridge. Now it has extended the horizon of cultural exchange. That is the main idea behind translation. To have a translator, I can say a translator is an ambassador of culture, an ambassador of language, literature, and custom, tradition, everything. That could be the role of a translator. And yes, I do agree with Professor Mohanty, yes, that there is a need of knowing, discovering, and glorifying cultural heritage or cultural history. That is lacking with our students here. I find students not that interested sitting here and gossiping among themselves. They don't understand the importance of all these sessions. And please listen to the helpless speakers standing before you, and take down some important points if you feel important for you. Because I know the importance of taking down notes of a speaker or a lecturer. Let me share, in 1986 in Ravenshaw, I'm very fortunate to meet William Golding. He visited Ravenshaw in 1986. So during his lecture, I felt helpless because my pen didn't work. So I had to use with all force. My point is, then I recalled what I had written without any ink in the pen. And my point is that seriousness. Translation. When we translate, we very often forget how to have the minimum semblance or minimum similarity between the source and target language. Sometimes we cross all the barriers and borders, and in the name of or for the sake of translation we translate. That is very dangerous, in my opinion, because it's a constant practice, no doubt about that. It's a very constant practice. The more you delve and dive deep into that practice, gradually you will have that linguistic competence, and you will come to know the cultural nuances and what is missing there, the emotion sometimes we feel the missing there. Perhaps that's why Rajarao in Kendrapara, in introduction to Kendrapara, rightly says that to think and write in mother tongue is our emotional expression, and in any other language referring to English, he says it's simply intellectual makeup. So whatever may be our second language, third language, or any foreign language, but if we are very proficient and competent in our mother tongue or first language, and if we are equally a competent, proficient bilingual, but in the context of present scenario, we all must be multilingual. And definitely we are all proud of Jagyosini and Pratibha Roy. Look at to what extent the translation has gone. And the book is translated in more than, I can say, 15, 17 languages. Even in foreign languages like Polish and Hungarian and Nepalese. I mean, my point is, look at the importance of a book written in Odia and being translated to other Indian languages and also foreign languages. So point is, students of English language, literature, culture, now it's a task for you, because after knowing some poetics or rhetorics and all the theoretical aspects of translation, and you take the statistics, those who have translated from Odia to English or from English to Odia or any other Indian languages, especially it is easy for the students of language and one who has that flair for literature also. So to be competent in both language and literature, then the task of translation becomes easy. And yes, from my side, on behalf of the department, I can say, yeah, it's a very well chosen topic, and in the context of the second part, look at reimagining literature and translation. Reimagining, I think we must understand that as rightly pointed out, yes, there was time when Edward Said said all the text, if we go through that book, Orientalism, no text was written by any Indian or Asian or South Asian, or I mean, everything was thrust upon us, or we are compelled to, we didn't have any text or any literature. But post-colonial studies opened, and yes, I do agree with that there is hybridization, there is mimicry, there is ambivalence. Now, how to come out of that, now how to have originality in thinking, again it's a great challenge. Because before political hegemony and colonization, everything was pure, indigenous. Then it became, in the words of Salman Rushdie, it became, I can quote that word, bastard or illegitimate or khichdi, whatever may be the word. Then after independence, end of colonial rule, post-colonial concept starts, but are we free from the hangover? And that's why we are accused of new colonial mindset. So how to have originality in our thinking, then transforming our ideas and asserting our lost identity, that is a great challenge. Thank you, audience present here, and I think it's high time for me to take, to declare, yes, my successor, he is now invited to have his voice on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, to highlight the importance of translation, but yet again knowing the nuances and the challenges that come about in the process of translation, and also the foregrounding of language competence, for example, both in the source and targeted language. Now I would like to call upon to the dais Dr. Saroj Mahananda, Professor, Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Sir, kindly come to the dais and enlighten our students and the audience about your take on what translation and reimagination of literature and culture is, and also throw a light on the topic vocal for local. Sir, please. There's a slight change. Sir would be speaking to us at the end of this technical session. Now, to begin with, I would like to call upon the presenters for the first technical session. Firstly, I would like to call Afrin Firdos Firoz, PG first year student, Department of English, Barampur University. And the topic is translation as the topic is translation as a medium of cultural preservation, and she has also been an alumni of our Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College. The stage is yours. And I would like to highlight that each presenter would be taking 5 to 7 minutes and not exceeding the time limit. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected guest of honor, chairperson, moderator, teachers, and all the dignitaries present here. I, Afrin Firdaus Firoz, a student of PG first year, Barampur University, and also alumnus of this department. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to this department for giving me this golden opportunity to present my paper on this auspicious occasion. My topic is Vocal for Local, Translation as a Medium of Cultural Preservation. In the era of globalization, cultures across the world are increasingly influenced by dominant languages and global trends. Globalization has significantly transformed the culture and linguistic landscape of the world. While it has enabled communication across the borders and facilitated the exchange of ideas, it has also contributed to the dominance of a new global languages such as English. As a result, many local languages, traditions, and cultural expression are facing the threat of marginalization or extinction. In such a context, the concept of vocal for local emerges as a powerful response that emphasizes the importance of preserving indigenous cultures and promoting regional identities. Translation plays a crucial role in this movement. It acts as a bridge between languages and cultures, enabling the local knowledge systems and literary traditions to reach a wider audience. The phrase vocal for local encourages individuals and institutions to recognize, support, and promote local products, languages, traditions, and cultural practices. Being vocal for local culture means valuing indigenous knowledge systems, oral traditions, regional literatures that represent the lived experiences of local communities. In literature and languages, vocal for local implies giving space and recognition to regional voices that are often overshadowed by dominant literary traditions. Translation becomes an essential tool in this process, as it allows local narratives to travel beyond linguistic boundaries while maintaining their cultural specificity. Thus, translation is not merely a linguistic activity but a cultural practice. A translation must interpret cultural symbols, idioms, traditions, and values and find ways to represent them meaningfully in another language. Through this process, translation helps preserve cultural memory and ensures that local traditions are not lost but reimagined for new audiences. India is one of the most linguistically diverse countries in the world, with hundreds of languages and dialects spoken across different regions. Each language represents a distinct cultural identity and literary tradition. However, many Indian languages face challenges due to the dominance of English and a few major regional languages. Translation has played a very vital role in bringing Indian regional literatures to the national and global platforms. Translations of works originally written in languages such as Tamil, Malayalam, Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, Urdu, and many tribal languages have enabled readers from different linguistic backgrounds to access these rich literary traditions. Through translation, Indian literature becomes a shared culture heritage rather than remaining confined to specific linguistic communities. One of the most contributions of translation is its ability to amplify marginalized voices. Dalit literature, tribal narratives, women's writings, and minority perspectives often remain inaccessible due to linguistic barriers. Translation enables these voices to reach broader audiences and challenges dominant narratives. By translating marginalized text, translators participate in cultural and social activism. They help preserve alternative histories and experiences that are often excluded from mainstream discourse. In this way, translation supports cultural diversity and inclusively while aligning with the spirit of vocal for local. The role of the translator extends beyond linguistic competence. A translation acts as a cultural mediator who navigates between two cultural systems. This role carries ethical responsibility as the translator must represent the source culture accurately without distortion or oversimplification. In translating local cultures, translators must be sensitive to the cultural nuances, symbols, and values. They must decide how to explain, adapt, or retain foreign elements. Through careful meditation, translators ensure that local cultures are not diluted but respected and authentically represented. Despite its importance, translation faces several challenges in the contemporary world. Globalization often promotes homogenization, where cultural differences are minimized to suit global tastes. This can lead to the loss of cultural specificity in translated text. Another major challenge is the increasing reliance on machine translation. While technology has made translation faster and more accessible, machine translation often fails to capture cultural nuances, idiomatic expressions, and emotional depth. Human translators remain essential for preserving the cultural richness of the local text. Translation can also function as a form of resistance against cultural homogenization. By translating local text on their own terms, translators challenge dominant cultural narratives and assert the value of indigenous knowledge systems. Rather than adapting local cultures to fit global norms, ethical translation practices emphasize culture difference and plurality. This approach aligns strongly with the philosophy of vocal for local, which seeks to protect cultural uniqueness while enabling cross-cultural dialogue. In the age of globalization, the survival of vocal cultures depends on conscious efforts to preserve and promote linguistic and cultural diversity. Translation emerges as a powerful medium in this process, enabling local traditions, literatures, and voices to reach wider audiences without losing their essence. By functioning as a cultural practice, translation supports the idea of vocal for local. It gives local cultures a global voice while safeguarding their originality and authenticity. Despite challenges posed by globalization and technological advancements, translation continues to play a crucial role in the cultural preservation and continuity. Recognizing and strengthening this role is essential for sustaining the rich diversity of world cultures, especially in a multilingual country like India. That's all. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Afreen, for underlining the experiences of local and regional population. When it comes to literature and culture, translation is not only a linguistic limitation, but also a cultural dynamic occurrence. Now moving on to the next presenter, I would like to call upon Dr. Mausumi Mahakut, lecturer in English, NSM City College, Raj Bagicha, Cuttack, and she'd be presenting on Sanskrit literature, our heritage. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Namaskar, the Chairperson, Honorable Chair, Senior Professors on the days and off the days, and my dear students. I would like to take up Sanskrit literature, which is the basis of our roots, and this culture. What is heritage? Heritage is what we inherit from one generation to another generation. Let us not forget our culture and come back to our origins, that is Sanskrit literature. In the bustling digital age of artificial intelligence, it might be surprising to find growing interest in Sanskrit. Sanskrit has an essential role to play, not just as a symbol of identity, but as a living intellectual tradition. It is a timeless current flowing beneath the surface of modern civilization, ready to nourish deeper understanding of our culture. This is possible because of translated works of ancient heritage. And now who has translated? The works have been translated and been read by Thoreau and by the American transcendentalists, as all of us know. And then T.S. Eliot was highly influenced by Brihadaranyaka Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and many other sacred literature, Indian sacred literature. And apart from him, W.B.S. did not leave behind. And there are many other writers and philosophers and scientists, those who have been highly influenced by our literature. And not to leave about Dara Shikoh, who in Kashi he was helped by some of the priests in Allahabad Sanskrit, which is one of the richest place for Indian Sanskrit studies, and there he read and then he translated some of the Upanishads into Urdu. Then, then we'll move to Macaulay minutes. Macaulay once said, and I'm quite ready to take the Oriental learning as a valuation of the Orientalists themselves. I have never found one among them who could deny that a single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India and Africa, quote unquote. But this has been proved wrong. We have a rich culture and heritage, starting from children's literature, from Aesop's fables to Panchatantra. Now, this is the biggest problem that we are facing in the age of internet. We all are browsing nets, but we are not reading. Storytelling, reading helps us to think, and this thinking power is losing gradually among us children. When children fail, then the entire world fails. Future generation has to come back and then go back to the Nanima tales of Chanda Mama, and then our heritage, Indian heritage, and then learn, understand the Puranas, the ancient scriptures, and then there will be revival. The problem lies in us, not with the children. We have to understand and take care, and not to be biased by what we wear, by the number of houses, the cars, from vintage cars to others. But they should come back what they have acquired, what they have. Their learning is important, and this has to start in an educational institution, and there should be intellectual talk, intellectual development, and there should be a wave of development and change. Now let's come back to some of the Oriental studies. And we have our Vedas and then the Samhitas. These are not just literature, they may be sacred. Why not to read it as literature? And why do we take it as this, brand it as religion? Let's come back to only literature, and then come back to the genesis of Oriental, ancient Sanskrit literature. Many works have been done by foreign writings, and why should we concentrate on their writing? Why not to read our literature and do some translation work? Then, Said has demonstrated the values of Oriental culture and brought out the marginalized other in the center stage. Leela Gandhi makes an observation of this subject. He says, Orientalism is the first book in which Said relentlessly unmasks the ideological disguises of imperialism. In this regard, its peculiar contribution to the field of anti-colonial scholarship inheres in its painstaking, if somewhat overstated, exposition of reciprocal relationship between colonial knowledge and colonial power, unquote. Then I'll go to the Upanishads, the Vedantic studies, and the Upanishads represent the highest, the loftiest heights of ancient Indo-Aryan thought and culture. They form the wisdom portion of Jnana Kanda of the Vedas. Jnana, if you don't have, then what are you doing? It's not about the material things that we are happy with. One day our body will age. Then what are we learning? And the Upanishads gives you an answer to this. Your karma is important. And Bhagavad Gita says we should not be concentrating on the results, not to think of fruit of action, quote unquote. Even the argumentative Indian Neeraj Singh Chaudhary has nicely presented. Then Upanishads, from Upanishads I'll go to the Mundaka Upanishad and then to Shvetasara Upanishad. Here they're present to help a growing young mind to gain insights to how to be a better and good student. There is a compilation from students' perspective. Yes? Okay, thank you. Sanskrit is a language over 3 million years old, once spoken over by Indian subcontinent and the intellectual meeting of some of the humanity's most profound reflections, and it is often dismissed today as a relic of the past, but Sanskrit is not just India's legacy, it is the language in which some of the world's most intricate metaphysical inquiries and artistic achievements were composed. Today, as India reasserts its intellectual heritage on a global stage, Sanskrit has an essential role to play, not just a symbol of identity, but as a living intellectual tradition. It is not a language, but it is a way of seeing, knowing, and being. As the world increasingly seeks to ancient wisdom for modern dilemmas, Sanskrit relevance is not just an intact, it's rising. Now let's concentrate on our culture and develop our reading habits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking on the importance of ancient literatures and also our past, the glorious past that defines us as being very rich people coming from India with an ancient set of languages, cultural practices, and also our own regional literatures, which, as has been highlighted in the inaugural session, that in every 10 kilometer we come across a language, and every dialect is as important as we make the literatures to be highlighted in front of the audience. Moving on, I would like to call upon Shashwat Das, first year Master of Arts student, Department of English, Barampur University, Bhanja Bihar, Ganjam. He'd be speaking on the literary influences of Gita Govinda by Srila Jayadeva Goswami on the Odissi classical dance from Odisha. The stage is yours, Shashwat.
I extend a warm afternoon to one and all present over here, respected guests of honor, chairperson, moderator, principal, Kendrapara Autonomous College, head of the Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College, and the esteemed faculties present over here. I am indelibly grateful and honored to stand here and present my seminar paper titled The Literary Influences of Gita Govinda by Srila Jayadeva Goswami on the Odissi classical dance form of Odisha. The contemporary Odisha dance form of Odisha emerged roughly in the 12th century BC from its precursor Odhra Magadha. It laid the form, tradition and style from its literary roots of that time period, such as the Natya Shastra by Bharata Muni and Abhinaya Darpana by Nandikeswara. The objective of this paper is to demonstrate the significant impact of indigenous literatures in theatre and cinema, focusing on the Odissi classical dance form, which depicts Odisha's rich culture, spirit, and heritage on national and international platforms. I would like to introduce my paper by focusing on the precursors of Odissi and how it became a popular and traditional classical dance of Odisha. The contemporary Odissi dance has been derived from the historical Odra Nritya dance form originating from the ancient Sanskrit work of Natya Shastra by Bharata Muni. This work describes 4 important pravritis or methods of expressive delivery, namely Avanti, Dakshinatya, Panchali and Odra Magadha. The Odra Magadha tradition of expressive delivery is the earliest precursor of the contemporary Odisha dance form. It is a performative art which combines melody, storytelling, symbolic costumes, body movement, abhinaya or expressions, and mudras or gestures and sign language, culminating into a devotional dance form. The Odissi dance form involves the lower body, footwork, mid-body or torso, and upper body, hand and head as 3 sources of expressionism which captivate the audience. The Odissi repertoire includes invocation, nritya, pure dance, nritya, expressive dance, natya, dance drama, and moksha, dance climax showcasing the salvation of the soul and spiritual release. The Odissi traditional art form found its place in the form of a devotional tribute to the Almighty in the medieval era. It was a dramatic sequence which involved women dancers, also known as Maharis, enacting a religious story, particularly of Radha and Krishna, exploring the themes of love, separation, and reunion in the forests of Vrindavan. Initially, these performances took place in and were limited to the Natamandira sanctums of Hindu temples. The Sri Jagannath temple in Puri was one of the most prominent and foundational temples for such dances, noteworthy for Mahari or Devarasi Odissi skilled dancers. In the 16th century, during the reign of the Bhoi king Ramachandra Deva, Gotipos or young boys dressed as females became a crucial part of the Odissi tradition, who incorporated acrobatic and flexible postures known as Bandha Nritya in the art form. The 20th century saw the transition of Odissi from a sacred temple dance into a public and theatrical stage art format, where it was brought out of the Jagannath temple in Puri and other shrines in Odisha to theatres and eventually to national and international stages across India and the world. The Gita Govinda, a Sanskrit lyrical poem, was composed by the poet Jayadeva in 12th century AD for the purpose of elevating the Odissi classical dance form, and formed its core thematic, musical, and expressive structure. The main purpose of the poem was to be sung and danced to by the Maharis or temple dancers in the sanctums of the Lord Jagannatha in Puri as a form of daily offering to him. There are several key literal influences of Gita Govinda in Odissi. I would like to go over them briefly. One of the most revolutionary literary influences of Gita Govinda is the sacralization of Sringara Rasa as a mode of devotional experience. The Sringara Rasa, characterized by love, beauty, and attractiveness, acts as a solvent in the Odissi Nritya's goal for spiritual salvation through the Radha Krishna Leela. The second literary influence of Gita Govinda by the poet Jayadeva is by structurally organizing it into 24 Ashtapadis, meaning 8 couplets or verses, which are organized into 12 chapters containing 24 prabandhas or songs. This textual form exerted a lasting influence on the Odissi classical dance form by providing an ideal textual unit and framework for expressive elaboration. The third key literary influence of Jayadeva's poetry in the Gita Govinda was by the refined depiction of Abhinaya or form of expression in the Odissi classical art form. In the pre-Gita Govinda era, the Maharis or temple dancers performed Abhinaya based on mantras and shlokas, focusing on ritualistic and spiritualized expression. After the incorporation of Gita Govinda into Odissi, the dancers did not just illustrate the emotions in the text in the form of Abhinaya literally, but internalized the emotions to render it visible through subtle bodily and facial articulation. The fourth key literal influence of Jayadeva's Gita Govinda was his literary prowess pertaining to the depiction of Radha as the epicenter and primary experiential subject. She is portrayed as an emotionally complex individual who oscillates between desire, pride, anger, vulnerability, and surrender. This literary focus on the feminine narrative influenced the Odissi classical dance form by positioning the female body as the principal site of spiritual expression. The fifth key literal influence of Gita Govinda was its careful designation of ragas and talas for each ashtapadi, which reinforces the intricate relationship between literature, music, and performance. And the sixth key literal influence of Gita Govinda incorporated into the ritual practices of the Sri Jagannath temple in Puri by the 13th century, where it was sung and enacted in the form of Odissi Nritya as part of daily worship. I would like to conclude my paper by mentioning that Jayadeva's Gita Govinda continues to be celebrated as a sophisticated dance tradition of the human soul seeking moksha or salvation through surrender to the Almighty God and its ultimate union with the divine, sustaining its cultural, aesthetic, and spiritual significance. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this national seminar.
Thank you so much, Saswat, for highlighting the cultural heritage and also the long journey this Odisha's literatures have made, and especially highlighting the importance of Lord Jagannath, our religious and cultural intertwined history, and also the importance of how by highlighting our own heritage, by focusing on what aspects of literature and heritage we can talk about, and also as students of literature, this is our moral duty that we are to be informed and be very acutely aware about what possessions we have in terms of literature and culture. To move on with the technical session, I would now like to call upon Mandeep Sahu to present his paper. He's a student of our department. Mandeep, the stage is yours.
It's just a small piece of information to all of you. If you want to ask any question to the paper presenter or anyone else, please note your question. After this session, this presentation, you can ask your question. Noted, we'll give you a chance for the question hour session, but after the end of the session.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Respected Chairperson, Honorable Resource Person, esteemed guests and teachers and my friends. I am Mandeep Sahu, a third-year student from Kendrapara Autonomous College, and today I feel honored to present my paper on Speaking in Many Tongues, Feminism and the Politics of Translation in Indian Literature. India is frequently described as a land of many languages, cultures, tradition, and yet this linguistic plurality does not translate into the equal visibility or authority for all voices. Certain languages saved by the historical privileges, colonial legacies, and institutional power circulate more freely within academic publishing and global literary spaces, while others remain marginal or selectively represented. Women's writing in India, particularly that produced by Dalit, tribal and minority women, has long existed with this fragile space between the expression and erasure. In this context, the translation assumes a significance far beyond the linguistic transfer. It has become a political and feminist practice that determines how women voices are mediated, framed, and remembered across the linguistic and cultural boundaries. Much of the Indian women literature has emerged in the regional languages such as Bengali, Urdu, Tamil, Marathi, Malayalam, and several others. For the extended periods, these writings were confined to the local readership due to the linguistic barriers and the dominance of the English within the academic period or institution and publishing networks. Translation enabled these texts to travel beyond the regional limits and enter national and international circuits of reading, teaching, and criticism. However, as scholars in translation studies have repeatedly emphasized, translation is never a neutral or transparent act. It is shaped by the ideological assumption and cultural hierarchies and power relations. This understanding of the translation as a gender and ideological practice is further developed in Sherry Simon's work on gender and translation. Feminist and post-colonial translation theories view translation as a site where power is negotiated rather merely transmitted. Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak's intervention in her essay on the politics of translation foregrounds the ethical responsibility involved in the translating text by marginalized women. She warns against the translation that prioritize fluency and accessibility at the expense of linguistic difference, arguing that such practices often reproduce colonial and patriarchal structure of the domination. Now I am going to give a brief three case study to explain these theoretical concerns become tangible when examined through the specific literary works. The case study 1, the Mahashweta Devi and the translation of the subterranean resistance, Ismat Chugtai and the translation of the female desire, Bamas and the translation of the Dalit feminist testimony. Now, in conclusion, speaking in many tongues is not simply about knowing or usually multiple languages. It is about the woman's continuous struggle to claim a voice within the system shaped by power, silence, and survival. Feminist engagement with the translation in the Indian literature reminds us that translation is never a neutral act. When practiced with the ethical responsibility and cultural sensitivity, translation doesn't flatten differences but protects them. It allows women's voices to travel across the languages without losing their rootness, dignity, and strength. In this way, the translation becomes not just an act of linguistic transfer, but an human act of listening, one that ensures women's stories not only for translated but truly heard, remembered, and carried forward to the generation. Through the writings of Mahasweta Devi, Ismat Chugtai, and Vama, this discussion has shown that the translation has become a powerful feminist intervention. It carries memories of pain, resistance, and makes marginalized lives visible. Now, at last, for me, art, literature, and poetry are the vocal cords of the society. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, Mandip. As we are running short of time for the first technical session itself, now we would like to move on to our next presenter, Ankita Sahu, +3 third year, Kendrapara College. She'll be presenting on From Soil to Story, Mahasati Urmila as a vocal for local folk narrative.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson, guests, dignitaries, my teachers, and everyone present here. I am Ankita Sahu, of a +3 student of this Kendrapara Autonomous College, and I am delighted to present my paper titled From Soil to Story, Mahasati Urmila as a vocal for local folk narrative. We all are familiar with classical Indian epic, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. We all know how India's literary history has favored grand Sanskrit epic and male-centered tales of courage, sidelining women's story, rural perspective, and grassroots folklore. Lately, the marginalized writer have been reclaiming age-old legends, breathing fresh life into it through their everyday dialects and village tales. Padma Shri Lok Kavi Ratna, or people's poet, Haldar Nag set a bold example through Mahasati Urmila, written in Koshle. This paper explores how Nag turns everyday regional life into vivid storytelling, putting Urmila, the Ramayana's overlooked figure, through folk rhythm and local wisdom. By doing so, he lifts up those forgotten voices, showing how hometown chants can stand tall beside big city classics. His words reveal folk ways as a tool for safeguarding heritage, holding on to roots, pushing boundaries, and rethinking right from wrong. All with plain talk that carries deep emotion, celebrating where we are from while touching hearts fire and white. Haldar Nag, popularly known as Lok Kavi Ratna, writes in Koshli language, a language deeply connected with oral tradition and folk culture of Western Odisha. His poetry is simple in expression, but it makes you pause and think deeply. He often draws from mythology, moral philosophy, and everyday human suffering, making his work accessible to common people while remaining rich in literary value. Haldar Nag ranks amongst India's top folk bards today, embodying the journey from soil to story. He draws straight from the soul of village songs, family stories passed down through generations, and live recitals, letting his poetry truly come alive and gathering rather than just books. Through his literary work such as Dhodo Borgaj, Amargar Mosan Pada, Choitar Sakal, and Jharan, Nag played a crucial role in popularizing and preserving the Koshli language. This study adopts Haldar Nag's Mahasati Urmila as the primary case study for analysis. This text not only represents Nag's poetic vision but also serves as a powerful example of how regional and folk narrative can reshape mainstream epic tradition. इ सती बोली जाके नाई न गंती साती कांड रामायणे कबीर निगा के तो सीगा सती से तो सीता गीता सती पने. In Valmiki's Ramayana, Urmila, Lakshman's loyal wife, fades into the background. Her 14 years of aching loneliness at home is barely whispered about, while Sita steals the spotlight. She endures in quiet shadow, unseen, without glory or God's praise. Her devotion woven into the unnoticed rhythm of everyday life. Haldanak flips this, making her the heart of the poem. He paints her sacrifices, staying behind for 14 years as equal as Sita's trial, using simple folk rhythm to make her a symbol of purity and strength. He portrays her endurance as a relatable struggle for many rural women, steady support without fanfare. Unlike the heroic figure who actively participate in epic events, Urmila represents silent endurance, emotional restraint, and inner strength. Haldanag elevates her suffering and patience to the level of spiritual sacrifice, presenting her as a Mahasati. Mahasati, Urmila. You may wonder about the concept of Sati. Why Urmila is Mahasati and how? The concept of Sati is redefined beyond its conventional epic and patriarchal association. Unlike the classical representation where Sati is often linked to public sacrifice, physical suffering, or dramatic trials, Nag represents Urmila as a moral and emotional Sati, whose virtue lies in conscious endurance rather than spectacle. Her Satitva is rooted in self-restraint, emotional discipline, and ethical choice. When Lakshmana leaves for the forest with Rama, Urmila accepts separation not as a passive obedience but as a deliberate act of love. By naming her Mahasati, the poet challenges patriarchal epic hierarchy and restores value to silent, unacknowledged sacrifice. It examines Mahasati Urmila as a vocal for local folk narrative that transforms lived regional experience, the soil, into literary expression, the story. He not only restores a marginal voice but also asserts the cultural authority of regional literature and oral tradition with the broader framework of Indian literary study. Mahasati Urmila feels like sitting around a village fire with its story unfolding in chunked scenes, looping patterns, melody you can't help but hum, an emotion that hit right in the chest, memories that linger for the next gathering. Nag's genius lies in weaving soil, the guilt of the place, tongue, and shared past into the story, a crafted tale that spreads culture. The local flavor carries real heart and truth, while themes like quiet resolve and steady grace touches soul. Village stories like this open doors to wider talk, showing how homegrown art speaks to us all. Echoing vocal for local, Nag's Mahasati Urmila champions homegrown expression and pressure to blend in. His steady word carves out room for everyday dialects, village stories, and hidden lives long overlooked. In India's book world, where giants like Sanskrit or English overshadows other, Nag spotlights the power in variety. Mahasati Urmila proves folk oral art can breathe new life into old legends, spotlight quiet strength, and boost regional pride. From Odisha's heartfelt soil, Nag crafts a story that reaches across India, turning epic biases and folk framing ethics by giving voice to regional tongue and forgotten souls. Like a seed taking root in western Odisha's red earth, Haldan Nag's Mahasati Urmila draws nourishment from village rhythm, family whisper, harvest songs, and the steady courage of the ordinary folk. What blooms is no fragile flower, but a sturdy epic that carries Urmila's quiet tear and fierce heart to listeners far beyond the field, turning raw local truth into a shared song of resilience that echoes across generations. Through this national journey from earth to echo, Nag teaches that true stories are not born in grand halls, but in the hand that till the soil and the heart that hold the home together. Thank you.
Now we have reached towards the last presenter of the first technical session. Now I would like to call Sai Dinabandhu Beuria from the an alumnus of alumnus of our department and Ravenshaw University. He will be presenting on between the drumbeat and the page, navigating the translation of Santali oral traditions in globalized world. Sai Dinabandhu Beuria, are you present? Yes.
Good afternoon. esteemed chair, distinguished delegates, and fellow scholars. The paper that I am presenting is titled Between the Drumbeat and the Page, Navigating the Translation of Santali Oral Traditions in a Globalized World. Again. The story of the Santals is one of the oldest journeys in the human history, belonging to the Austroasiatic language family, specifically the Kherwarian Munda group. The Santals represent a linguistic lineage that is distinct from the dominant Indo-European history of the subcontinent. The roots trace back to ancient migrations from Indochina around 1500 BC, carrying a worldview that is deeply ecological and communal. For centuries, this community has carried its history not in books but in breath. Their identity has survived through oral traditions like the Binti, epic creation myths, and Baha songs, which are handed down through call and response storytelling, dance, and the rhythm of the tamak drum. These stories survived the long migration across the continent to settle in regions like Eastern India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. However, we face a paradox today. This oral heritage, which withstood colonial pressures and displacement, now faces a quieter, more efficient threat: modernity and globalization. As we move towards a digital-first world, the performance of these stories, the gestures, the drumbeat, the communal participation, risks being flattened into static text. This brings me to the challenges that the ancient voices of this marginalized group faces today, and how my paper aims to address them. I argue that we must stop translating the literature as just words. Instead, we need a decolonial translation praxis, one that uses digital tools, AI, and community agency to translate the performance itself, not just the text. Vocal for local isn't just about speaking our languages. It's about using 21st century tools to ensure they're heard globally without losing the soul. The challenge: to understand why such a method is urgent, we have to look at what we lose when we simply write these stories down. First of all, we have the linguistic divide, the problem of the untranslatable. Firstly, the language itself is structurally incompatible with Indo-European languages. Santali is an agglutinative language with a subject-object-verb structure which is fundamentally different from the SVO, subject-verb-object structure of English. There are many untranslatable metaphors like dal, the forest bond. Well, it technically does not mean forest bond, it means something else, but you cannot translate it into English. That's the point. And epistemic violence. Early colonial translations like Bodding's often imposed Christian frameworks, such as translating Marang Buru, the great mountain, as God, effectively colonizing their spiritual worldview. Coming to the drumbeat problem, which is the loss of performance. When we write down a story, we lose the drum rhythms, the signals, the gestural elements that also impart meaning to the epics. For example, the Jomsing Binti epic relies on specific hand gestures to symbolize ancestral journeys. In a standard text translation, these gestures are reduced to footnotes or lost entirely. Colonial ethnographers, while well-intentioned, turned these vibrant living traditions into frozen texts that stripped away the audience participation and call and response elements. So how do we translate a drumbeat? My paper proposes 3 strategies for the modern era. First, technology as a preserver, AI and augmented reality. AI-assisted transcription, like the Bhasani project, uses speech-to-text algorithms trained on Santali dialects. It creates a space where elder stories are transcribed with high accuracy, preserving the oral voice. Augmented reality could be used to reattach the body to the text. Imagine pointing your phone camera to a text and seeing a hologram of the storyteller's gestures, or having the drum rhythm beat through your speaker. This is already being explored with 360-degree videos of Jomsim Binti performances. To conclude, the translation of subaltern voices in a globalized world cannot be an act of extraction. We cannot simply take their stories, strip them of their drums and dances and put them in a library. We must move toward cultural transduction, where we use every tool available, from the old Chiki script to artificial intelligence, to carry the soul of the performance into the future. As I state, our goal should be to ensure these stories remain a living heritage, not museum artifacts. By combining indigenous agency with digital innovation, we can ensure that the drumbeat continues to resonate even on the digital page. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Now that we are over with the first technical session, I request the audience to please ask their questions. Now we are open for discussions, and all the presenters, if you would please answer to the audience's questions. Yes, does anyone have any question to ask regarding the paper presentations? Yes, anyone? Okay, now that we are done with the technical session, I would like to call upon Dr. Saroj Mahananda Sir, Professor, Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, as one of the chairpersons for the session. I would request him to please come to the dais and address the paper presentations and wrap the session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Sucheta. I can see that all of you are restive, want to leave or you want to enjoy the cultural program. So I won't take much time. Keeping the title of the theme of the seminar in mind, in fact, there has been a wonderful kind of volley of presenters, and people have presented, and I will just quickly go through what they have done. In fact, our topic is vocal for local. We have already spoken about it. The second part of the topic is reimagining literature and translation in 21st century. So we have had all theoretical interventions through our keynote speaker in the morning, and then chief guest, and plenary speaker, my co-chair. So they have all done theoretical interventions in different sorts. Our presenters complemented that thing, and they took us to the actual practice of translation or actual literature. So in fact, all the translation, in fact, I think it was supposed to be carried over to 3 sessions, but due to shortage of time or something, they have been clubbed and probably people didn't turn up, so that's why it's there. So, but then very quickly I'll just go through them and how wonderful they have been. The first presenter, Afreen Firdaus Firoz, talked about the translation as medium of cultural preservation. She spoke about the cultural linguistic diversities of the country, and whereby translation turns out to be a tool, instrumentality, as our keynote speaker in the morning was saying. So instrumentality of encouraging, inspiring unity, and that unity in diversity is actually, it's not a liability for us. Because of the translation, that turns out to be a strength for us. So that's how Apreen was going. And the sense, and while in the process of translation, what is the translator supposed to do? The translator is supposed to be sensitive or sensible enough to each other, the source language or the target language, cultural ethos. So that's what she was talking about. That's a wonderful thing. Then we had the second presentation, Mausumi Mahakul, then she was talking about Sanskrit literature and our heritage, how they have to be translated, and they have been translated. She took us to all those debates surrounding the Macaulay minutes, the infamous Macaulay minutes, whereby Indian knowledge tradition had been reduced to less than something that European, the one single shelf of British European library. So that she was referring to that. In that context, how translation turns out to be an important intervention. In fact, probably she intended to do that, but the James Mill and Charles Trevelyan's comments related to India's heritage, in Sanskritic heritage, or whatever that we may say, India's cultural, rich cultural heritage, that had to be brought back through the translation. That's what she was trying to say, and that's how translation turns out to be an important factor in order to go back not just to the past but also to the future. Then we had Shashwat Das, Literary Influences of Gita and Gita Govinda by Srila Jayadev Goswami. And basically he was talking about how literature and theatre, performance arts are related, and because as we talk about reimagining literature and translation, so there he was talking about the literature, how literature actually influences not just thoughts but also the cultural practices like performance, like Odissi Nritya, Odisha dance. So he was talking about that, how storytelling, dance forms, they are all related to each other and how they can be brought back and they need to be studied in the present time. So that's what Shashwat said. And then Mandeep Sahu talked about speaking in many tongues. So basically he was going towards the feminist discourse, and whereby he referred to Maheshwata Devi, Spivak, Isma Chuktai, Bamas, Dalit and all those texts. And in that process he was also trying to say that translation is empowering. So feminist texts have been translated, whatever the power structure that we have, the translator speaks to the power. So that's what he was. Translation is a political act. So that was his contribution. And then we had Ankita Sahu from Soil to Story, speaking about Mahasati Urmila by Haldar Nag, someone from Bargarh, and I belong to Bargarh, by the way. So that's what. Haldar Nag has been a Padma Shri awardee, and he brought in his oral tradition. He is an impromptu bard. He would say and people would write. So that's how he brought in. He studied different sources of Ramayana, for example, Tulsi Ramayana, Jain Ramayana. He heard them, not studied rather. He is illiterate in that traditional sense of the term. But despite that, he came out with all those renderings, and he improvised, and his version of Ramayana turns out to be something which is classical in that sense. That's how in some other context, in fact, I had said that it is a focalization of Ramayana in the Sambalpuri context. So Ankita was rightly going to that. So then next presenter we had Sai Dinabandhu Beoria, who talked about between the drum beat, how the oral tradition is to be translated, and when it has been translated in the earlier tradition, early colonial writers, anthropologists, when they were translating, they are actually superimposing English syntactic structures. So this is a challenge, because when the Santali oral tradition, Santali oral language has its own typical syntactic structure, this cannot be translated. When that is translated and superimposition is done, that leads to some kind of violence. So that's what he was referring to. So the challenges he was kind of bringing out. And then I think that was the last one, and that's through that he said how the subaltern voices and wherever they are, and how the translation has to be very sensitively, the act of translation has to be very sensitively done in order to actually not to do undue violence, and the subaltern works, subaltern power, subaltern voices have to be mediated through translation. So that's the need of the hour, that's what he was saying. So all along, and it was actually a very enriching session. I would have wished that we had more participants, or maybe the students would have paid little more interest so that they could have gained a lot, because the seminar is very promising. And as it started with my teacher keynote speaker, Professor Satyananda Mahanti sir, said, ultimately, we can't help it. We start, in fact, our life starts with it, translation. So our mother tongue gets into our written things, and then, so we have to go back to translation. So with these small kind of comments, I rest my case here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the cultural heritage and the importance of it. And personally, coming to this end of this session, I have started to believe that yes, there are nomenclatures of language and dialect, but now after hearing to such eminent persons, I think the very terminology of dialect and language has been a problematic concept for me, because why are we seeing the number of speakers of any language and then we are also naming them as the category of language or dialect, but why are we also ignoring the history, the heritage, and also the hierarchy they have had? For example, a language which is now a dialect, pardon my reference of the words dialect and language, we are naming them. For example, who gets to have the authority to give a categorization of dialect and language? I would not answer the question, just food for thought. And now I would like to call upon Professor Sachidananda Mohanty sir to please address the technical session. Sir, please.
So, respected chair of this session, Professor Saroj Mahanand, who I understand is engaged in a very important kind of an enterprise, translation enterprise at the national level, namely identification of some texts of classical importance and to get them translated into Hindi and English. So that's a major kind of an enterprise that he is carrying out. So I think we should all join together and give him a big hand. All of you? केते जन बसिक सेठी गप करुचंती मु सकाळे जा कहिथिली आपण टिके सुनंतु आग्रह रे. I think I have earned my right to come and to be invited to offer a few words, because unlike other VIPs, celebrities, I don't give my remark and go away. आपन को सकाळे मु एड्रेस कली मु फुल टाइम एटी शुणुली है मु घरे जाकि अन्य जगह जाकि करि पार थांती मुझे शुणिली आग्रह शुणवार गोटे बड़ लक्षण है गोटे शिक्षकर बड़ लक्षण है अन्य मान को शुणा खाली मन नुह. मो बापा थरे मते कहिले, माय फादर हैड सेड दैट सन यू हैव 2 ears and 1 mouth. Why is it so? मु कहली बापा कहीं ना भगवान तते दीटी कान देइछन्ति गोटे मुह देइछन्ति एइतिपाई तू कम कथा कहबू बेसी सुनिबू. How insightful he was. He didn't have the benefit of higher education like my mother, but he was full of insights and wisdom. So I have always taken it as kind of a Veda mantra that I must listen to others. And I must not have this narcissism of self-love that all of us have. First thing in the morning, we look at our own self on the smartphone. How handsome I am, how beautiful I am. How many people are going to really signal and endorse what I am saying? So I have remained here listening to all of us. So a few things that I want to say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity at the end of the day. We know that there are other interesting, cultural events which are waiting for us. But by cultural events, we don't have what is understood today, at the end of the day, dance form. Because what we are trying to do is actually the gamut of culture with C capital. Claude Lévi-Strauss and Jacques Derrida and Edward Said, all of them are talking about cultural discourse. So instead of narrative, we call it discourse today. and it's culture with C capital. So culture is not something alien to us. The arrangement of the hall itself, and down below, it is also part of semiotics, the scientific study of science. So that is also culture of a certain kind. So today we have to have a broader understanding of culture. And you people, you children are not away, because we did the digital medium and we had a smartphone. As I am speaking, I can see myself. And my identity is being formed in the process of being recorded here itself. So you are not far away. The point is, what advantage are you going to take? And how are you going to utilize this opportunity? You are no less. Because sitting here, you can access a lecture in Harvard University, in Hyderabad University also. We were not so fortunate. We used to make do with photocopiers. But that was also a kind of a challenge, because, you had to write down notes. And unless, this writing notes is also very painstaking and fatiguing activity. So the mind has to register. And only that portion which is crystallized has to be really transmitted through the hand itself. Because if you write too much, you don't know which is important, which is less important. So smartphone and technology in the classroom is not necessarily a boon. It can be a bane also. Because you don't know what to write, what not to write. But I want to make this exhortation to all of you, that try to be connected with the digital world itself and to know what is really worth talking about. Our student friend finally, threw up this question, what is a dialect, what is a standard language? And she forgot to mention another word called idiolect. We learned some of these things because my MA classes were held in the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages. Today it is called English and Foreign Languages University. And I said dialect is a language, standard language. A standard language is a language which is a dialect which is backed by a navy and an army. She's asked this question, who decides? Good question. Whose language is it anyway? As we say, for example, in our own common post-colonial parlance. Whose language is it anyway? Who has decided it's Paschima Odisha language? A Paschima Odisha bhasa, amo bhasa no. Due to commercial compulsions, of course, OTV, etc., they are featuring Paschima Odisha bhasa. But it's not a matter of pity and sympathy that somebody has to do. It's a language in its own right, Koshali language. And in our own arrogant, supercilious manner, we say Paschima Odisha, Uttara Odisha. Uttara Odisha, Paschima Odisha. Ame joti kohuchu, Katak Kendrapara. Seta kon Prakriti Odisha. Tama mana bhitere ei jo dharana godaka sushti heichi, those are all artificial notions. They are completely against the democratic order. So each of the languages are very important to us. And that is why secessionism taking place, because people have a sense of alienation. We don't have trains there. And I saw while going recently from Bhubaneswar to Kalahandi, I went to Bhavanipatna, I went through Nayagad, Bodh, and I saw that the railway line to Balangir was inching forward. What a shame that so many years have gone by, we don't have the train to the interior of our own state itself. We're talking about leapfrogging into the next millennium. And 2047 we are talking about. So I think this whole, exercise about translation, it is also a kind of a nation building activity. It is a way of really reinventing our own province. Our province was created due to M.S. Das and others in 1936. But we haven't really understood the import of the creation of this province itself. So Purbhasha and company, when they really conceptualized this, perhaps they had not anticipated the significance and the profundity of this exercise itself. It is a way of discovering our own identity. What is Paschima Odisha? What is Uttara Odisha? Through the medium of translation, it can be instrumental in understanding our own identity. That is what I would say. An idiolect is a language which is spoken by each one of us. Dialect is a language which is spoken by a group of people, community. And standard language is a language which is backed by the state, the army and the navy. But these are all artificial construct. What is important is a speech. The moment somebody is born, the first word is uttered to the mother. Therefore we called it mother's word. Motherhood is a biological fact. Fatherhood is not a biological fact. Fatherhood is a matter of hearsay. 10 लोक कहले तेन मु तार बापा हेली. But motherhood is a biological fact. Because it's an instinctive act. A mother dog, a mother cat is a biological fact. Because children are going, offsprings are going to the mother. Fatherhood is actually a vagrant. The father is a nomad. The father has no loyalty to the children in the instinctive biological sense. The mother has loyalty to the children. And that is why, rightly so, motherhood is really held sacrosanct. Those nations grow who worship the mother tongue and mother. We know it as a fact. And those nations which have eschewed motherhood and talk about fatherhood, they have resulted in fascism and Nazism. They've had disastrous ends like Germany, etc., and Italy. Germany in particular. They were talking not about motherhood, motherland, but they were talking about fatherland. Germany's place under the sun. You see, these are all deep-seated, cultural significance and patterns I am talking about on account of my history, reading of history and culture, etc. Motherhood and fatherhood. जो देश गुड़ाक fatherhood को बेसी worship करती, those countries have really come to harm, grief. Germany is the best example. They talk about fatherhood. Fatherland, they don't talk about motherland. So it is not accidental nomenclature. Fatherhood is not so precious. As I said, motherhood is a biological factor. Fatherhood is a matter of legend and hearsay. 10 लोग कहले तुम्हें बापा हेलो. किंतु motherhood is actually a biological fact. You can prove motherhood because for 9 months you are holding a child. And that is why, rightly so, the motherland and mother language, mother tongue is very important. In contrast to mother tongue, there is another tongue called other tongue. And Prabal Das Gupta had called it auntie's tongue. So English is another tongue, auntie's tongue. English is not our mother tongue. There are some states of our country, in the 7 states of our country in Northeast, due to artificial reasons, they have lost their own kind of an origin and their own identity. The Nagas, the Khasis, the Mizos, and Meghalaya people, they have lost their own land due to missionary activity, decimation of their own culture and languages. As I said in the morning, if you lose your language, you lose your culture. So Mizos, Khasis and Meghalaya people have lost their languages. Missionaries have come and implanted English language there. But English not their first language. But due to this travesty of history, English has become their first language itself. So Raja Rao had famously said, and there were a reference to Raja Rao, that English, as Saroj was saying, English is not the language of my emotional makeup. English is the language of my intellectual makeup. आम ओडिशा रे गोटे 2 भागर पिला देखा जाती. जड़े कहते आम इंग्लिश मीडियम रे पढ़ुचु, आउ जड़े कहते आम ओडिया मीडियम रे पढ़ुचु. आम देखा जाउछि जो माने इंग्लिश मीडियम पढ़ी से मैंने आसिक ये प्राधान्य देखा क्लासरूम रे. अरे मु इंग्लिश मीडियम रे पढ़ी, मु कन्वेंट रे पढ़ी, तुम कौटी पढ़ीच? अरे जो मैंने इंग्लिश मीडियम रे पढ़ी मन कर से रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रू कर तलू आसुले, झुंटी पढ़ले. कौन बाहर प्रथम झुंटी पढ़ले पिला माने इलो बोल लो, इलो मा लो. तापर से करेक्ट करुच्ची नो नो आई मीन आउच. इलो बोल लो, आई मीन आउच. आई मीन आउचटा हूँ इंग्लिश एक्सप्रेशन कौटू आईला. किंतु जो पढ़ीगले किले कहूना किलो बापा लो, कारण बापा हूँ गोटे डिस्टेंट कैरेक्टर. समस्त क्षेत्र में बापा मैंने होती डिस्टेंट कैरेक्टर. आज्ञा घरे माँ मैंने था, माँ टी पैसा देलु, माँ टी चलु, मुझे कि किणिकी आनी, कोड़ी किणिकी आनी, कई बापा को पचारती. बापा मैंने होती फियरसम कैरेक्टर. बापा को काले माँ कहीदेव. बापा मैंने होती फियरफुल कैरेक्टर, कैरेक्टर्स ऑफ टेरर इन आवर ओन चाइल्डहुड ऑल्सो. आम बापा को डरू किंतु माँ को डरुनु. तेणु मदर टंगटा केते प्रेशियस देख पिला माने. बापा को आम डरू. बापा बहुत डिस्टेंट कैरेक्टर. बापा संजोल को फेरती ऑफिस रू काम करके, माँ आम सांगे था. आम घर को आसला बेलू माँ आम कि पखाड़ कर दी था, कि भजा कर दी था. माँ मैंने केते प्रिय आमर ना. समस्त कह एक स्वर कह माँ मैंने केते प्रिय, हाँ कि नहीं? हाँ देख मो माँ को केते वर्शिप करे. मो बापा को मु बहुत भल पाए, सम्मान दिए. पंचानन महांती बहुत भल मत बहुत उपदेश देते कि मो माँ होती विद्युत प्रभा देवी आज जदि विद्युत प्रभा देवी ये न था मत किए शिखेला किए भल स्कूल को पठेला किए मोर उन्नति चिंता कला मो बापा अपेक्षा मो माँ बहुत चिंता करते समस्त को माँ मैंने चिंता कर जो दीज ये नर्तकी आसी से बापा सागर आसी ना रुद्राणी बापा सागर आसीनी बापा अन्य कम कर रुद्राणी माँ को सागर आउ जो झीटे माँ को सागर आसी माँ मानकर केते प्रिय आम मानकर मो बापा को डिसरेस्पेक्ट करूनी असम्मान करूनी बापा रोल कर मदर टंग ट्रांसलेशन पक्षरे गोटे L1 हूँ सोर्स लैंग्वेजटा इम्पोर्टेंट आपण मैंने सोर्स लैंग्वेज जदि भल कि बुझी ना केवल टार्गेट लैंग्वेज करें मुझे आपको केते कथा कहीगले मदर टंग फादर इज अ डिस्टेंस फिगर मदर इज एंडियरिंग टू अस एंड इंग्लिश हूँ अदर टंग और आंटीज टंग है तेणु डायलेक्ट इडियलेक्ट और स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज बुझागला जे सुजाता आमको कहूला बुझिपार पिला मैंने कौन है डायलेक्ट इडियोलेक्ट और स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज आ मदर टंग हूँ आंटीज टंग तेणु आम प्रथम झुंटी पड़े इलो बो लो इलो माँ लो इलो डरीगली लो लो माँ कह रेवती लो निया लो चीनी फकीरमोहन कहले रेवती स्टैंड्स फॉर फीमेल एजुकेशन तेणु ट्रांसलेशन मध्यम आमर फीमेल एजुकेशन आम शिखुचु कारण आम नेटिव टंग को शिखुचु आ गोटे शेष में परामर्श करी आमर कन्या प्रतिमा पूर्वाशा मोर छात्री थिले पूर्वाशा आ समस्त को यू प्रभामयी समस्त को कहि आपण मैंने गोटे ये जो आमर सरोज भाई बाबू अच्छा समस्त मध्यम कहि गोटे वर्कशॉप करंतु वर्कशॉप गोटे करंतु शनिवार रविवार करंतु पिला माने आसबे एठी किछि जो भात और डालमा खाइबे किछि आमर दरकार नहीं पैसा को फंडिंग दरकार नहीं आपण ट्रांसलेशन गोटे वर्कशॉप करंतु आमर जो भल लेखा सब अच्छी 4-5टा कि 10टा आपण करंतु पिला माने बसिकी ट्रांसलेशन करिवे ताको वेराइटीज आ मु कहि रखिली देयर इज नथिंग लाइक दी करेक्ट ट्रांसलेशन बिकॉज देयर इज नथिंग लाइक दी ऑथेंटिक ट्रांसलेशन मो बापा माँ 4 जन किए ऑथेंटिक विद्युत प्रभा ऑथेंटिक विद्युत प्रभा के पारे सी गोटे अलग संस्कार आसते मो बाबा रही मो भाई गोटे अलग आमर निजर बायोलोजिकल आमर स्पिरिचुअल संस्कार अच्छे कारण ये जो पूर्वाशार पुओटी है केते आत्मा बोलिकी आसुँच सब अच्छा एस्ट्राल वर्ल्ड रे अच्छा ता भर गोटे पूर्वाशा गोटे एस्पायर कला मोर गोटे छुआ हाँ कि से ही आसिकी तुम पटकुआ कला आमर जो महाभारत रामायण आम जो ट्रेडिशन अच्छे सेमतिया देयर इज नथिंग लाइक दी ऑथेंटिक ट्रांसलेशन आपण मल्टीपल ट्रांसलेशन करंतु करके गोटे बही आकार बाहर करंतु छोट बही आकार से जेरक्स हो पारे जहाँ भी हो पारे यहाँ हूँ मोर परामर्श मु मोट पर मुझे सकाळु आसिली शुणिली मो कथाटा शुणिली नार्सिसिस्टिक है कि मु पलैलिनी मु रही मु समस्त शुणिली ये आ पिला माने जो मैंने करुच ब्रह्मपुर जो मैंने आसिल हाथ टेक अन्य जगार सब आसिल तमें लक्ष्यटा देख इट इज नॉट अबाउट अ कंपैरेटिव स्टडी इट इज अबाउट ट्रांसलेशन आपण से ट्रांसलेशन एक्सरसाइजटा आपण करंतु जो गोटे कले मु असुकी नुह आप किए जड़े आसिक ओडिसी नृत्य उपर कहला दि टास्क इज नॉट अबाउट ओडिसी डांस और जयदेव गीत गोविंदा द टास्क इज अबाउट ट्रांसलेशन फ्रॉम वन लैंग्वेज to another language. We are not using translation in a broad, large metaphorical sense. That way everything is a translation act. My speaking is also a translation act. So translation is as inevitable as breathing. Quoting T.S. Eliot, who said, criticism is as inevitable as breathing. And we might in a large metaphorical sense say translation is as inevitable. But we are not using translation in a metaphorical sense. We're using translation in a specific, in a conceptual and a literary sense. So my friends, next time we talk about translation, understand translation in a very unique and specific sense. I'm very happy to have come, and I think at my age, although I don't appear to be so ancient, but I'm always youthful, because as long as my mind is active and I'm open to really reading influences and exposure, I will remain young. Because you can be an old person at the age of 25 and you can be a young person at the age of 65 plus. I imagine I am a young person because I'm still learning and I'm constantly educating myself and I'm reading, writing, and as long as I do that, I will remain young. Because, youth is not a matter of red cheeks and ripe lips. Youth is an attitude of mind, a quality of the soul. I'm very happy to have come to this college, and I'm speaking with as much passion here as I would have spoken in Hyderabad or India International. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such wonderful insights with us. I hope our students are more enlightened about what aspects of translation are very important and why we are here for this national seminar. Now, I would like to request all of our guests who are on the dais to kindly be present to give the certificates away. Firstly, I would like to call Dr. Prabhamai Samantrai ma'am, and also the chairpersons for the session, Dr. Saroj Mahanand sir, Professor, Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, and Major Manoranjan Mohanty sir, former principal, Rajnagar College. Sir, I request all of you to kindly step down of the dais so that it will be easy for the photographers to take a snapshot. Now I would firstly call Afrin Firdos Firoz, the first presenter, to kindly come forward to collect the certificate. She is a PG first year student from Department of English, Parampur University. She presented her paper on translation as a medium of cultural preservation. She is an alumnus of our Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College. I request the audience to please join your hands for Afrin. Secondly, I would like to call forward Dr. Mausumi Mahakul ma'am, lecturer in English, NSM City College, Raja Bagicha, Cuttack. She presented her paper on Sanskrit literature, our heritage. I request the audience to please join your hands and give a big round of applause. Moving on, I would like to call upon Mandeep Sahu from our very own department. Next, I would like to call Ankita Sahu, +3 first year. Okay, she is not present with us right now. Mandeep, kindly could you come forward and collect her certificate? Next, I would like to call upon Sai Dinabandhu Beuria for presenting the paper between the drum beat and the page. Sai, are you present? Could you come forward to collect your certificate? Yes. A big round of applause for Sai. Now I would like to call Professor Sachidananda Mohanty sir to kindly come forward and present the certificates to our chairperson, and firstly to Dr. Prabhamai Samantrai ma'am for giving the plenary talk. A big round of applause to Prabhamai ma'am for accompanying us throughout the process and giving us the insights. Next, I would like for all of you to join hands for Major Manoranjan Mohanty sir. He gave us such wonderful insights on what importance does regional literature carry for us. A big round of applause for that also. Now I would like sir to present Saroj Mahanand sir for giving such wonderful insights on regional literatures and the languages which have been most instrumental in our progress. Yes. Yes, sir. A big round of applause for all of our chairpersons. Now I would like to call Lijashri ma'am to kindly come forward to give the vote of thanks for the session. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I, Lijashri Priyadarshini Sethi, lecture in English. On behalf of the Department of English, Kendrapara Autonomous College, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Sachidananda Mohanty sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'd also like to thank Dr. Prabhamai Samantraya ma'am for addressing the plenary talk. Thank you so much, ma'am. I also extend my gratitude to Major Manoranjan Mohanty sir and Professor Saroj Mahananda sir for chairing the technical session. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to extend my thanks to all people presenters as well. Our friend Firdaus Feroz, Dr. Mausumi Mahakul, Sasod Das, Mandip Shahu, Ankita Sahu, Sai Dinamaddu Beherwa. Thank you, participants. I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and everyone who has worked as media person. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
We would like to take a 5 minutes break before starting off the cultural session. If anyone wants to take a break and get freshened up, it's your time. And after 5 minutes, we will be reassembling for the starting of the cultural programs. And I request all of you to kindly stay back. Our students have put in a lot of efforts for this cultural session. Thank you. As we are running out of time and there are a lot of students who have to rush home as well, we would like to start off with the cultural program. Firstly, I would like to call upon our students to present the welcome song, and it will be the welcome song will be presented by Ratika, Mahamaya, Dibya, Saloni and Adyasha. And I would request all the participants to be present below the dais so that it will be convenient for us to arrange a setup for you. The team for the welcome song, I request you to kindly line up for the performance. I request the audience to please bear with us by the time we get the technical setup for the performances.
Disconnected. Paired.
ଏଇଟା